Shabbat Shalom.
Lion of Judah Society.
Shabbat Shalom.
6 days shall thou labor, shall they take thy rest.
Lion of Judah Society.
6 days shall thou labor, and on the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and on the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, sucklings on the breast.
Though now we're mature, we're like sucklings on the breast. Greetings. Shabbat Shalom. Senbet Salam. Shabbat peace, peaceful Shabbat, beneficial well-being, healthiness, prosperity, peace, blessedness. Yes, I. Shabbat Shalom Umm Barak. This is Yadin right here. Yeah, brothers and sisters, some of the delays, we're getting out of some delays that we are in, seeking to really bring forward a better, and more integrative, interactive podcast, I'm looking forward to this new, we say Western Gentile year. We already know what time we're in Hebraically, Judaically, but, as far as being in the world, not of it, seeking to adjust so we can be more effective, in the good news of the King of Kings, in Christ, Shua HaMoshiach, yes, I, Rastafari. So Shabbat Shalom. So here. There's a lot that we'd like to share, bring forward, and also ask for the fellow brothers and sisters, the input, the Chabarim, the associates and the Talmudim, for one-to-one's input as we move forward. So where we're at right here, good evening, Erev Tov, to those who still on the evening times. I think in some places on this earthly plane, it still might be the evening. I don't think so. Let's see. How many hours? A little bit's night. So Lila Tov, good night. And a Boker Tov, Boker, the break of day, the dawning Tov may be good. Yeah. For some of us, up here in these northern regions in the hemisphere, there's all this snow, and also even further upstate, I don't know where you're at, but may you be blessed, and highly favored in the way, the truth, the life of the King of Kings, Christ, Yeshua HaMoshiach. Yes, I, Rastafari, and Amen. So for this Torah reading and feeding, remember the coat of many colors? There we go. That's a form of the coat of many colors. You remember? It says that Jacob, because he loved Joseph, but also because if we get past that and read the full, it's because, he could trust, Joseph. And we get to see that Joseph, who goes through so much with his brothers, isn't it interesting? Among some of the tribes, they call, Burhana Selassie, better known by many ones as Bob Marley, Rastafari Joseph. Now, that's because of the 12 tribes of Israel, and to the true and the faithful among the tribes, Yeshua Shalom to y'all. They look at the tribes from a more of a, what they call it, one might say an astrological perspective, and we like to explore those areas. Now, for some, that's people call it divination. Some people think when we say astrology, that astrology in and of itself is a bad word. No, in and of itself, ignorance is a bad word. Ignoring what the truth is, or never even learning what the truth is. That's why we keep speaking about how Joseph in this Torah reading and feeding, and the previous concerning his dreams and the visions. Even many of these dreams and visions that here in the Torah reading and feeding, it's being fulfilled. So now we begin to see, that fruit. It's almost like with Burhana Selassie, Bob Marley and the Wailers, I Rastafari Joseph. We can say some things fulfilled too. It could be the first trump. It could be the first Trump. There you go. It might as well be the last. Ah, these days, these days, these days. Interesting that this president's presidency, right? If he, goes all the way to the fulfillment of it, will bring us to the 20, what they call the 2030. And so these plans they have, and we look at even how this president came before and then had another president. Now he's back here. And whether one, agrees or disagrees, we're not getting into the politics of it, but we're definitely seeing, the prophetic, a certain level of fulfillment. You know what I mean? Could be the first trumpet, if you want to say it like that. It might as well be the last. But not here to talk politically, especially not so much outside of prophecy in this time right here, because we have a Torah reading and feeding before us here. Here, we are at the 11th sabbatical study for this Shabbat Strong, known as Wayyigash. Now, I don't know if the brothers and sisters, I hope your week, the 7 days was blessed. I know a lot's going on. A lot of ones going through a lot of trials and tribulations, but know that you're not alone, especially amongst the righteous and those making the right choice, that you're not alone within those things that you experience. And this is where fellowship is important. Right? And I give thanks for the fellowship for the brothers and sisters, tuning in. Even I know these hours is, different times and different zones, but still one's either tuning in now or even, at other times of the day to catch the podcast. So give thanks, liking and sharing, as well as subscriptions, and also share on your social media platform. That's the way that one can co-labor, to co-labor. And we're going to go into the areas of scripture where this is what's called on us, in the way, right? Even the new name, precious name, new name, Rastafari, right? They worship God, Jah, Yah, and the King, Rastafari. You get that there in the scripts. Yeah, it's in the scriptures, right? So here to the scriptures, the scriptures, the scriptures. Roll. Here to the scriptures, we have this week's Torah reading and feeding the 11th. Vayigash, some say Vayigash, right? Repointed, more to the ancient pointing. Wayyigash, Wayyigash, and he drew near. Bamarinya, in the Metzaf Kedus, in the Authorized, Revised, and Hard Bible, the Book of the Seven Seals of the Conquering Lion of the Tribe of Judah, we know this as the Karebe, Karebe, Karebe. Karebe means like to draw near, right? Draw near. Here in the Hebrew, Wayyigash. So here we pick up with Genesis chapter 44, or we're actually fulfilling here at this time of the Shabbat, Genesis chapter 44, verse 18 to chapter 47, verse 27. All right, so we've gone through in this Shabbat these aliyot, so the readings, the different readings. So Torah reading, right, the Genesis, so ones and ones, if they go to the site, this is the lojs.org, right, and it's a Torah portion. You can put in the search the channel, you could say the channel address simply, lojs.org, and then put Torah portion, and you should come up to like an archive page. You click on that, and then you can see which Torah portion reading and feeding we're up to right there. So this is the ninth here. All right. So this is like the ninth Shabbat after the fulfillment, right, of the holy ecclesiastical year, or the 7 months, the 7 moons, when we come to the ingathering of crops at the end of the year, right? AKA the Feast of Tabernacles, the Feast of Booths, the Feast of Huts. So here we are at the 11th, we can say, Shabbat, right? After that, right? Because so far we don't have any feast or festival that is a covenant keeping appointment outside of Shabbat. Again, according to Torah, we have no feast or festivals that is a covenant keeping appointment, like a covenant keeping check-in, even in the new covenant sense, in spirit and in truth, outside, right? Outside of Shabbat. And for fuller details, some of the disciples know this area here. Others, we all can iron sharpen iron. It is Leviticus, right? The Sefer Wayikra, Leviticus, the handbook of the Levites, the priesthood, and the Levitical order, right? But the principles there in chapter 23. So one can go to chapter 23 for a fuller thought. So here we're in the winter moons, the winter months. The book of Jubilees, right? The book of Jubilees, it states that in the winter moons, the winter months, was when the patriarch Abinu Abraham, right, and also others following in that way, truth and life, would study, right, would study the scrolls, right, and study Torah. Yes, Abraham had Torah, right? Abraham knew of Torah. That's why it's called the law or the Torah of Moses. He was, you could say, Moshe was the mediator, right, of that covenant as Adonenu Yeshua HaMoshiach, Getachin Jesus Christos, right? The King of Kings Christ, who the world calls our Lord Jesus Christ, is the mediator of the new covenant. But Abraham, Abraham had Torah, right? He had Torah right there. But that's not our main focus just yet, right here. We touch on it, we can go over it if that happens to be a question. Right? Need to have one of the Chaverim, kind of link us with some of those questions, because sometimes questions will come up and we want to engage some of that to just see how we as, fellows, brothers and sisters and fellow disciples, how we learning and iron sharpening iron. Yeah, as long as when we start to open it up, we want to keep it on subject, keep it on subject. Sometimes things might, go off a subject because one subject links with other subjects, but not to just take us way off, because some things we have addressed in other podcasts, and, we can make a time where we can, reason on specific subject matters. But here we are at the Shabbat Eve, preparing for the Shabbat, at the fulfillment of this Torah reading and feeding once again. Right here we're at the 11th sabbatical study that commonly is called by the AEJs and other Jews Vayigash. Right, we, the black Jews of the line of the tribe of Judah, in the Afro-Shemitic enunciation as Wayyigash. But the basic meaning is, and he drew near. Now, this Torah reading and feeding, right? Since we're already here at this Shabbat, right? And this might be a time that depends on people's working schedules. And if one has to get their donkey or get their sheep out the ditch, remember Yeshua, Robenu, our rabbi, the rabbi of rabbis, Yeshua HaMoshiach, he spoke about that. He was doing good on the Shabbat day. Now, true, the Shabbat day is a rest day, no work day, and we understand those precepts and principles. But we also understand that many of us are still in exile, and we're still in, a land that is not our own, and we're still studying this Torah, and we still are in the Brit Chadasha, which is fulfilling, right? Not fulfilled, but it is fulfilling, right? That work of establishing thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth is fulfilling. So here we have, and he drew near, right? And he drew near, right? In this Torah reading and feeding, this Parsha, this portion, Judah, he makes a persuasive plea on behalf of his brother Benjamin. And Joseph, also in this Torah reading and feeding, Joseph, he reveals himself, right? He reveals himself. Up to this particular point, they only know Joseph as the man. This is who Joseph is known as. Joseph is known as the man, right? And it's kind of ironic and interesting when we put the narrative together, as Joseph is introduced, right, more formally when he is 17 years old, and he's the visionary, right? He has dreams, right? He's put in a prominent position in the family, right? He's like a manager. It's kind of interesting because it's like sometimes amongst us, as once lost, now found, we will have those people amongst us, right? That if we work together, and overcome, the pettiness or the lower self, as it were, we have all the resources, amongst, as His Majesty, our Godfather says, he says that the most valuable resource of any nation is its people, right? The most what? The most valuable resource of any nation is its people. That people, the people. So we see that Joseph is in the family, and yes, Joseph is favored. He's favored by his father, but I think a lot of people are misunderstanding why his father really favored him. For what reason was Joseph really favored, right? And then how this seeming favoritism of Joseph was based actually on merit, right? It was on merit. Like His Majesty says, to be first in place, one must be first in merit, right? In other words, to be first in place, one has to like have a meritocracy, right? And we see it in the earlier part of the narrative where he basically he reveals to the father some evil report. Now, we mentioned this before. We shared this on the previous podcast. The Testament of the 12 Patriarchs. If you don't have a copy or haven't seen a copy, we will highly recommend that you get a copy and you check out a copy of the 12 Patriarchs. Right? It's kind of in our studies, it's one of the required, we can say one of the required readings. It's a very important reading right here because it helps to put it the perspective that those before us in the way, both Judaically and in Moshiach, how they understood, right? And how they referred to, things within the scriptures. You know what I mean? And it's important for us to check that out, and we'll get in more detail of that as well. Give me one moment here. I'm trying to see if we can bring up some screenshots to kind of bring this out. So, okay, while we talk about this Torah portion, just to give a basic overview, we're in the Wayyigash, right? Wayyigash or Vayigash. Vayigash. Wa and Yigash, and he drew near. So what we have is Judah making a persuasive plea, right? Judah makes a persuasive plea to his to the man in charge. The man in charge happens to be the brother who showed them, things to come through his dreams. And then finally, these dreams actually have fulfilled. Remember the key word of the brothers. Let's see what becomes of his dream. All right, that's what they said. They said, let's see what becomes of his dream. All right, let's see. Well, we're seeing this. And now they're beginning to recognize, what has become of this dream. Notice when there was 10 of them, remember in the previous Torah reading and feeding, there was 10 that came to buy grain and corn and all of that, right? There was 10 of them. Joseph didn't reveal himself. He insisted on Benjamin, right? Because the vision, right, that dream, that prophetic vision, right, it said that 11 of them, and the father, mother, and the 11 stars would bow to the one. Now there we make a link with a Hebrew, ancient Hebrew form and understanding, right, of what we would call astrology, but we'll say Hebrew astrology. And we're not saying this to predict the future or to predict this or that, but basic principles, right, of the present, right, and these 12, right, these 12 sons. And then we have the 12, right, so-called signs of the heavens. And remember that Yahweh Elohim, right, the creator, he put this there as we have in Genesis chapter 1, I think verse 14, right, for signs and seasons and days and years, right? This is the specific purpose, right, of it. But now we see in Joseph's dream, right? Joseph's dream. Notice something too about Joseph. The brothers thought he was bad. They hated him, couldn't speak peaceably, wanted to kill him, right? But then when other people had dreams and they learned that Joseph had the power of interpretation of dreams, right? And that got back to the man in charge there, the Pharaoh of the great house. Notice what he said, right? He said that Elohim is with him. Elohim is in him. The wisdom and the spirit of Elohim is in. So isn't it interesting that a foreigner recognizes like the God-given gifts of our brother, but we don't? And now he comes to a position where he is basically managing, like he's almost like the second in command, right? There, he's ruling like not a thing was done according to the Torah without Joseph, right? Joseph, the only thing he was second in, according to what the Torah said, was the throne, right? The great house said was the throne. That's the only thing he was second in. But now notice this: Jacob is in the position of the one who is sitting, right? Who is seated, who is dwelling, right? Jacob, the patriarch, their father. And who was second? Who was second? Who was second? It was Joseph. It was Joseph. You see something very similar, the pattern, right? The pattern. But over there, amongst foreigners and others, he's serving, he's making things better, so forth and so on, and they're fully entrusting. And notice this too: they know he's a Hebrew, even though his Hebrew brothers, they say when you're in Egypt or when you're in Egypt, do what the Egyptians do, right? Isn't that the saying? Or that used to be the saying, right? Huh? when in when in Egypt, do what? Oh, they say Rome. Okay, I think Rome might have stole that from Egypt, right? And we have some very powerful testimony here in this Torah reading and feeding, where Joseph, he shaves himself, he shaves his face, and for the most part, they don't recognize he's a Hebrew. Now that tells us a lot of other things too. That means that the Hebrews, right, could be right amongst the Egyptians. You identify the problem, right? Could be amongst the Egyptians, right? And if he didn't have the beard, if he wasn't wearing a certain clothing and therefore maybe speaking a certain language, he could pass. You know what I mean? Just like Paul, they thought Paul, the Apostle Paul, was a Egyptian as well. So there's some overlaying points and ideas that I hope the fellow disciples are taking note of. You know what I mean? You're not crazy if you see that they're like, mate. So they couldn't tell that this is so that means that a lot of the icons and the pictures, that's the problem there, right? Especially these latter day Gentile icons. Maccabees said that the Gentiles, they would paint their own, images for the true images. You know what I mean? But that's not our point here. The point here is about Judah and Joseph and Jacob. Notice the J's. We have three J's, right, in the English: Judah, Joseph, right, and Jacob, right? So we have Judah now stepping up in this Torah reading and feeding, making a plea, right, and also coming to a level of let's call it leadership. You know what I mean? So how does it come to the Lion of the tribe of Judah and our Lord springing from Judah? Right? So we're seeing Judah in a sense kind of growing up. Judah is growing up here, right? Within the Torah. All of them are growing up, right? But Judah, he makes a persuasive plea on behalf of his brother, the youngest brother, Benjamin, right? And in the Torah reading and feeding, well, Joseph, right? Based on that plea hit the heart. And what happens? Well, Joseph, he reveals himself to his brothers. And then what happens? After that, after Jacob finds out that Joseph truly, truly is alive, right? Jacob comes down to Egypt. Now, it's kind of interesting because when Jacob, we're going to go over a couple of highlights here before we get into a little bit of the Kabbalah Shabbat, but a couple of highlights for this Torah reading and feeding. When Joseph is found to be alive, right? It's very interesting because let's see if we get this area in the scripts right here. It's just a little rhema words, some right now words right here for the Eve into the Shabbat, right? And to focus on what this Torah reading and feeding. Let's see. Let's go right here down. Let's see. Give me one moment. I'm just looking up some keywords so I can zoom in on the exact verse. Okay, here we go. Right here. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, boom, over here. Let's see. Before I heard this corn in Egypt. Okay. Come down. Let's see. Okay, here we go. This is interesting. This is very interesting. Let's show it on the screen. Yeah, that's still right there. Hell is empty and the devils, right, are here. It's in the flesh. Heaven and hell are conditions of the mind. The principle of that is true, right? Literally, well, the heavens are up there, but as the higher and the lower, right? The most high and the most low, yes. And you notice this even in the brothers. See, sometimes we kind of willingly ignore that because we're like, oh, these are the children of Israel. Well, why would the children of Israel put within their narrative such real things? That the brothers, they were jealous even to the point of murder against their own brother. You know what I mean? It's showing us these conditions, of life and even how to, walk the way, how to overcome them. Like any fool can learn by his own mistake, but a wise person can learn by the mistakes of others. Check it. So let's scroll up here. So my keyword search, as you can see, was down in Egypt. I remember it was like like don't go down to Egypt and go down to Egypt. In Genesis 26:2, Yahweh appeared to him and said, "Go not down into Mitzrayim. Dwell in the land that I shall tell thee of." So now, looking at the patriarchal chart over here, right? Let's do this right here. Let's do let's put it on light text on KJV light. So here it says, "And there was a famine." Sounds similar? Famine, right? A famine in the land. Beside the first famine. Wow. There's all these famines happening, right? In the land. Now we also have to notice too, right, that there was a famine, right, in the land at the time of Isaac, and there was a first famine in the days of Abraham. So let's see. In Abraham's time, there was a famine. In Isaac's time, there was a famine. And in Jacob's time, there's a famine. Wow, there's a lot of famines going on. Who's responsible for it? Was it Abraham? Was it Isaac? Was it Jacob? Just to understand this whole famine thing. So we hear about so-called famines, right? Even a famine in Ethiopia, rah, 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 rah. You know, like His Majesty said, our Godfather and King of Kings says, who's responsible for famine, right? Is it God or is it man? That's the real question there. So if you blame the man, then you're giving to the man the power of God. And then let's ask the question, well, why were there so many famines? You know what I mean? You know, for real, why were there so many famines, right, that we see here? Right? So sometimes when there's a famine, something happens, we kind of blaming the wrong people and not really understanding the bigger picture, you know what I mean, of what is really going on, right? So there's a famine, right, in the time of Abraham. There's a famine in the time of his son Isaac. It says, and Isaac went to Abimelech, which is a title king of the Philistines, to Gerar. Then it says right here that Yahweh, right, had appeared to him, right, to who? Had appeared to Isaac, right, had appeared to Isaac. Let's go over here. Appeared to Isaac and said, don't go not down to Egypt. Don't go down to Egypt, right? But to dwell in the land that I shall tell thee of. Now, why am I going here? Right? Just to compare scripture with scripture. Right? Scripture is very interesting, even in the translation. Right? It says, sojourn. Let's go get to this verse right here. Sojourn in the land, and I will be with thee. Is that Psalm 37? Psalm 37, I think, sounds a lot like that. Psalm 37. We'll touch on that. And will bless thee, for to thee and to thy seed I will give all these countries or lands, and I will perform the oath that I swear to Abraham thy father. So you see, there's a continuity. There's a continuity from Abraham to Isaac to Jacob. I'm saying this because even for us, right, those of the seed and those of the faith, there still is a continuity. Right? There's a continuity, right? And then in this verse right here, it's kind of interesting because we're talking about the stars, right? It's about the stars. Because people see a star and they're like, oh, the star, that's the devil. What you talking about? The devil didn't make no star. You know what I mean? No, not real star. And it wasn't the creator of it, right? Just the, perverter of things. But look what it says. And I will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, of the heavens, and will give to thy seed all these countries, and in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. So now here to Isaac, right, saying that his seed, who's the seed of Isaac, right? Well, it's interesting because actually it was the seed, right, is actually called in Jacob, not in Esau. Right? Did you know that the seed is actually called, though they're brothers, the seed was actually called in the one who had the birthright, right, and did most right for the birthright, and that's Jacob, right? So notice now, Jacob, he has his 12 sons, one daughter, right, and then one of his sons, right, Joseph, tells about the dream of the sun, the moon, and the 11 stars bowing to his star. So you see the context of stars. And then if you understand that, when you get into the prophetic books, where it says that the enemy, the adversary, says, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God, then you begin to understand who the stars of God really are, right? Who are the stars of God? Right? The children of Israel, right? The children of Jacob, the children of Israel. All right. So star being used right there. Now, here, let's go over here. Let's do this. So here's the first verse. Right? This is the highlight verse. Genesis 26:2, where Yahweh appeared to him, to Isaac, to Yitzhak, and said, go not down to Egypt. So the command he got with the appearance. So Yahweh was visible to him and said, go not down. That's what appeared mean, to be seeable. That's what it means in the Hebrew, to be seeable. All right. To be seeable. Let's do this right here. Because we always like to just show and prove right here. Here we go, right here. Put it on the Strong's word. Right. Right. Re'eh, to see. Right. So when to appear means to be seen. Right. He was seen. Right. He appeared, he was seen. I just say that because people talk biblical things, but we're speaking biblical things. Right. So here it says that when Yahweh appeared to Isaac, told him not to go down, but to dwell in the land. Now, who was Isaac? Right? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Who was Isaac? Isaac was the father of Jacob. Right? Now, I point this out. Let's go back over here to the light text. I want you to keep in mind Genesis 26:2 and what it says, the parents of Yahweh to the patriarch Isaac, right? And told him not to go down. But there was a famine, but told him don't go down. Right? Dwell in the land and you will be fed and everything will be well. And that's basically what happened. Now let's scroll down here. Let's go to 46:3. Right? So we go how many chapters? We go 20 chapters and one verse. We go 20 chapters and one verse. Right? Now, and he said, I, the God, right, the God of thy father, fear not to go down into Egypt, for I will there make of thee a great nation. Now it's interesting because remember when Jacob is with his uncle Laban, and they part company, but they have to make like a treaty, a truce, an agreement, because tensions were high, and we could say there was a lot of kind of disrespect, on Laban's side, and no doubt he perceived disrespect on his son-in-law Jacob's side. But when they both swore, when they both swore, right? Jacob swore by the fear, right? He swore by the fear of his father. He swore by the fear of his father Yitzhak. Now, when I saw that, I was like, why is he swearing by the fear? These questions come to mind. I didn't really have any immediate answer, but I put it up to Shemaima, put it up to heaven, I put it up in the heavens, and now I have an answer that I can even share with you, right? Because notice right here, we're comparing this chapter, right, and verse 26:2 with what happened in the days of the patriarchs. There's a saying, right? And it says, how does that go again? My said, oh man, I'm forgetting the saying for a moment. It's gonna come to me, but basically, the deeds, right, of the fathers, Maaseh Abot, Seman Labanim. See, I was talking about, forgetting it. No, I just misremembered it, but I just remembered it. Hallelujah. The deeds of the fathers, right? Maaseh Avot, Seman Labanim. Maaseh Avot is the deeds or the doings, right? The business, the doings, right? The matters of the fathers, of the Abot, Maaseh Abot. Seman are signs, Labanim, for the banim, for habanim, for the sons. So the deeds of the fathers, the patriarchs, are signs for the sons. So we have the famine in the time of Abraham, and then there was a famine in the time of his son Yitzhak. Remember that the famine was affecting the promised land. I want you to understand. the land that God, right, had promised, right, to, you could say, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So that means that it's possible that even in that which the Almighty has promised, that you may see something like famine, and you might be like, oh, that can't be God's land, and you'll be a goddamn liar, right? Because we're giving you the show you improving right here, right? So 26 and 2, right? Let's go 20, let's go 20 chapters and one verse. When we go 20 chapters and one verse, now we go to the son, right, of Yitzhak, right, and that's Jacob, the third of the trinity of patriarchs. He says he's the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? The God of the Hebrew Trinity. Yes. So here in Genesis 46 and 3, now let's drop down into this verse. We'll bring out the fear. If anybody need to go there, we'll bring out the fear of um of Isaac. That's the name, the attribute of God, right? That Jacob swears by at Gilead and Mitzpah when they part company from each other. Mhm. When when Jacob departs company from his father-in-law, right? That's been cheating him, robbing him, and but he did get, two wives, two handmaids that became two wives. But here, Genesis 46, right? And Israel, and who? And Israel took his journey, right? And Israel took his journey with all that he had, and came to Beersheba. Right. So now Jacob, you have to remember that Jacob was Jacob, aka Israel, Yisrael. He was in many places. He'd been in many places, man. Right. That's why the psalm says that Jehovah loves the gates of Zion, Sion, more than all the dwelling places of Jacob. So after Jacob comes from Laban, yeah, after he comes from Laban, he's like stopping here, he's living over here. There's a lot of things. Shechem, his daughter gets violated. They say great, you know what I mean? And then finally, he returns, right? He finally returns, right, to Beersheba. Now, Beersheba go all the way back to Abraham, right? And yeah, right? And offers sacrifices to the who? To the God of his father Yitzhak. All right. So he identified Yahweh as the God, the Elohim of his father Isaac. Right. Now remember, Isaac has swore by the fear of his father, right? The fear of his father. Hold on for a moment. Let's just do this right here. All right, let me do this right here. Let's bring it out right here so we can just get this one time, right? Because lest one think that we are making it up. No, we're just bringing it out, right? He said, "Except the God of my father," right? This is Jacob, Yaakov speaking, right? Elohei Abraham, the Elohim of Abraham, and the fear Pachad, right, of Yitzchak, right, had been with me. Thou surely, for sure, thou had sent me away now empty, right? Elohim have seen mine affliction and the labor, the work, the labor of my hands, and rebuked thee yesternight. Now remember, this is Jacob speaking to Laban, right? And then there's another verse. So just in case two or three witnesses, 31:53. He says, right, the so Laban, now this is how Laban swore. Laban said, right, the God of Abraham, Elohei Abraham, Elohei Nahor, right, the Elohim, right, of their father, right, judge betwixt us, judge between us. And now what Jacob said. Now Jacob, on the other hand, he swore after Laban said that, he swore by the fear of his father Yitzhak. You notice that in both cases, right, Jacob here is swearing by, or he's uttering, right, the God as Yahweh Elohim, right, as the fear of Yitzhak, the fear of Isaac. Now, just for a further, not too much of a deep dive right here, but a further dive, right? Let's go over here, right? Pachad, pachad, the terror, the dread, pachad, right? The object of dread. Dread, it shall be dread of dread. So we got dread right there. Look at that. right? And the patriarch, alarm. Properly, the object feared, right? He's a dread. Why did they say he's a dread? Because that's the object feared, right? That was the object feared, right? By implication, they say the feeling, dread, fear, feared, right? Teferi, tefarai. You see that right there? Tefarai, the one to be, right? Teferi, right? But here, the fear of Yitzhak, right? Then over here, we have what? We have the pachad, sometimes pointed as fachad, pachad, right? Some say pachad, right? The terror, the dread, the object of dread, right? So this is how Jacob, right? How Jacob, you could say, referred, right, to the God, the Almighty, right, as a fear of Isaac. Now, I point that out there so I can then get back to this over here, right? Right? We have that verse. So Elohim spake to Yisrael in the visions of the night and said, Yaakov, Yaakov. So now here we have the two, we say names, the birth name, Jacob, and the heavenly given name, right, Yisrael. And he said, right, here am I, Hineni, right? And he said, Yahweh said, I, right, the Elohim of thy father, right? Fear not. So we see right there, he's telling him, fear not to go down into Mitzrayim. So what I showed earlier, just a little while ago, moment ago, was that when there was a famine in the land, Isaac, right, was no doubt about to do what his father did. What did his father? Abraham went down into what? He went down into Mitzrayim, for bread, for grain, for corn, for food, right? But to his son Yitzhak, right, Yahweh expressly told him, appeared to him, right, was visible to him, and told him, right, don't go down into Mitzrayim, right? Now, it's no doubt that Isaac, right, somehow Jacob might have heard about this incident or might understood, right, exactly what, the fear of his father was. Remember, he refers to Yahweh as the fear, right, the fear of his father, right, the pachad, the dread, right, the dread, right. It kind of shows also, the spirituality of that patriarch. Sometimes there's key attributional names, right, that some of the righteous, the holy, the patriarchs call on, because remember, he's the Almighty, right? But it's this aspect, right, of he who be who he be that becomes, right, so relevant, right, in one's life or experience, right? So right here he says, fear not to go down into Mitzrayim. But notice this right here. He says, for I will there make of thee a great nation. So this tells us that though Jacob knew, or at least he was hearing from his sons, that Joseph was alive, something was still holding him not to really, he wasn't, go down into Mitzrayim, right? And no doubt he thought about his father, at least here, right? In the first book of Moshe, we see the connection between Jacob being told not to fear, go down. He's given the go, right? So notice Abraham, he went, right? His son Isaac was given the no-go, right? And now his son is probably thinking like, wait, when Abraham went down, that whole thing happened with his, with the great grandmother, right? And now his father, right, was about to go there when there was famine, and boom, this famine so far has already been in the land. I think Joseph says to the brothers about 2 years. This famine was there 2 years, and maybe he didn't know how many more years was to go. Joseph knew that there was 5 years, or maybe he knew there was 5 more years, so he knew for sure that there's 5 years, but still, he didn't want to go down into Egypt. Now he's being told to go down into Egypt. Now notice this here. Yahweh, what does he require? Go down, don't go down. It all depends on what his will is, right? You notice that, right? He told the father, don't go down, right? Now, no doubt to the son, this might have been a sign. Maaseh abot siman labanim, right? The deeds of the father are signs. Well, my father was about to go down, but he didn't go down. And now I hearsay from these same brothers, his sons, the sons of Jacob, that, remember it says in the scripture when they told him, he didn't believe it. It says that he didn't believe them. And he only believed or credited what they said as being true when he saw the wagons. That's why I think that there was something between the father and son. Like sometime between a parent and a child, there's something that comes up. So if one of them do it, it's like almost a sign. It's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Daddy, mommy, son, daughter. You know what I mean? It's a sign. It's a sign. But in order to get Jacob out of any possible confusion, Yahweh showed up. He said, I got to show up. I got to show up for him. Remember, he already showed up for him before. So it's not the first time that he who he be appeared to the patriarch according to the scripture. Right? So he told him, no, fear not. Don't fear to go down into Mitzrayim. For I will there make of thee a great nation. Now, Jacob already knows of this prophecy in the family. You know what I mean? He's for sure. He's the one that is the rightful birthright holder, right? According to the vision that Yahweh showed, right, to even his mother, Rivka, right, to his mother, I'm talking about Jacob's mother, right, Rebecca. But notice this. He tells him in verse 3, right, who he be, right? So you know who this message is coming from, right? And who's speaking to him, and told him, don't fear to go down, go down. But look at this right here. The verse 4. This is all part of this Torah reading and feeding Wayyigash. She says, I will go down with thee into Mitzrayim. Check that out. So Yahweh Elohim Eloheinu, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, says to Jacob, listen, don't fear to go down there. You know what? I'm gonna be with you. Everything will be all right. To show him that it's security for surety, right? Security for surety for thee. I am going to go down with thee. Is that not the Emmanuel? That's the Emmanuel, right? That Emmanuel with us, or at least with Jacob, right? El, the Almighty. And therefore, Jacob, the patriarch with the family, then God is with us, Emmanuel, right? So I will also, look what it says, I will also surely bring thee up. Look at that. You're going to go down, right? And I will surely, for sure, no doubt about it, I will bring you up, right? And Joseph shall put his hand upon thine eyes, right? So what we see is that Joseph not only is, a dreamer, and an interpreter of dreams, not only is a good steward, a good manager, even a middle manager, so to speak. You know what I mean? He also is a healer, right? So Joseph is a healer, right? Another aspect there, a healer, healing of the nations, right? Joseph, healing of the nation, right? And then right here, look what it says. And now after this, because remember, this is after he's told that Joseph is still alive. When he first told that, he's like, I don't believe y'all. I don't believe y'all. And the father, Abino Yaakov, was perfectly right not to believe them after what they had did before, right? Not to believe them. What it also shows is that, especially in one's youth, because remember that these sons, yeah, they wasn't super young, but it's like experience teaches wisdom. You know what I mean? You get that wisdom. And Jacob rose up from Beer Sheba. Now he's like, okay, right. It's like he went to Beersheba because that's like the family, one of the family homes. You know what I mean? He kind of went there. It's like security. You know what I'm saying? The sons of Israel. Notice how the text says this. Notice how the text braids his name Jacob, his natural name, right, and his spiritual name, right, Yisrael. You see that right there? But that also tells us it seems as though Jacob, although he got the new name, he didn't fully move in the new name. But many times it's like Yahweh is reminding him. Remember when he got that new name, he got the two visions, right? Where the Malak told him, the son told him, and then Yahweh Ha'ab, the father, told him. So you got that two witnesses. You know what I mean? Like what Yeshua said, the witness of two men is true. And he says, he is one and the father is another. Wait, did Yeshua just say that the father is a man? Listen what the word does say, that let us make man in our image, after our So Jacob rose up from Beersheba. The sons of Israel carried Jacob their father and their little ones and their wives in the wagons that Pharaoh had sent to carry him. So wanted to point this out right here because that's a very interesting scene. I hope ones was able to kind of follow along, with what we were seeking to explain right there, how his father, right, the patriarch, right, Jacob, Yisrael, his father, right, Yitzhak, Isaac, right, no doubt would have gone down to Egypt like his father Abraham did, right, but was told expressly, don't go down. Now the son, right, Jacob, is in this sort of situation where, he hear his son is down there, right? But he's still skeptical of the brothers. I mean, remember, the brothers lied. The brothers made up this whole thing. They put goat's blood. They ripped his clothing and everything. And the father said some beasts have done this. The beast there was the sons operating from, should we say it? Operating from their lower nature. What I mean? Operating from the evil and not the good. Yeah, we're talking about the good and the evil. Because you know why we're talking about that? Because that ship already sailed. Right? That's why we have Torah. Torah helps us to distinguish between good and evil. That's why we have the direction instructions. Right? It says this is your wisdom. This is the real wisdom that overcome the serpent wisdom. Right? So we see where here Israel, Jacob is told expressly by visitation, right? Don't fear to go down because Yahweh will be with him, right? And he says that he will go down with thee and will also surely bring thee up. And then he mentions in the communication to Jacob that Joseph shall put his hand upon thine eyes. That right there, see, you know what that scene is so important? Is because if we go back over here, right, to the last part of chapter 45, the previous chapter, let's scroll over here, right? It says right here, so he sent the brothers away and they departed. Okay, and they came out. Okay, here, verse 25, right? 45:25. And they went up, right, out of Mitzrayim and came into the land of Canaan to Yaakov their father, and told him, saying, Joseph, right, is yet alive, right? Joseph is still alive, and he is governor over all the land of Mitzrayim, right? And Yaakov's heart fainted. Why his heart fainted? For he believed them not, right? He did not amen them. Ha'amin, lo ha'amin. He didn't credit them. He didn't trust them. Basically, he trusted them, right? He trusted them not. Just to bring out this word right here, the word for faith, belief, credit, trust, aman, right? He didn't confirm them. He didn't take them as faithful, right? Scroll down here, right here, right? So, right, they were not reliable witnesses, but coming from the sense of mean, right? They were not firm. He didn't trust them, right? They didn't have credibility or certitude, right? To believe in. You see, breaking it down to the key words: stand firm, right? Trust. You see, trust, right? Because he already knew that they did not speak the truth, right? So here, what it says down here, it says to be firm or faithful, to trust or believe, right? And then down here it says morally to be true, to be certain. You remember when the brothers come before the man that they don't know is Joseph, right? And Joseph says, Meragalim atem. And they said, no, 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 no. We're not Meragalim, right? We're not Meragalim is like people who walk about and they kind of like gossips, but they kind of like almost they do surveillance. They're like spies, they go to and fro, like tail bearing on one sense, but also spreading information, right? So that's what he calls them. But they respond that we be certain, we be true men. They keep saying we be true men. And he said, no, you're not true men. I know you're not true men. And that's when he gets into, well, bring your brother, right? The whole episode there. So he didn't credit them, right? They were not, their credit rating, let's put it like this. Their credit rating in their own father's eyes was not that high, right? That's why even when they were saying we can't go back to the man without brother Benjamin, and he's like, why did y'all even tell the man, right? That you even had a brother. He said, y'all have ruined. I mean, he's flipping on them, and rightfully he is. He's like, yo, like you're just giving me grief after grief after grief, man. Come on now. And then Reuben, the natural firstborn, he's like, listen, let him go down in my custody, and if I don't bring him back, you can kill my sons. Like, hold up, Reuben, I mean, come on, man, that's like, But then Judah steps forward, right, and persuades the father, like, I'll take the blame forever, right, and he has credibility in Judah. That's why later on the patriarch on his deathbed is going to say what he says about Judah, Yehuda, right, in Genesis chapter 49. You see that there, right? And that's why everyone knew that basically Judah, though he was not the natural firstborn, he acted the proper role of a proper firstborn, right? Not at first, really. Even when they were gonna kill him, and he said, "Don't kill him. Let's sell him." Judah got into his business mind, and Judah got into his Jew mind and everything. But even there, right? Even there, we can see that, he's coming along, but there's more work. But at this time, Judah really has come a long way, right? At this time. That's why the Father gives that blessing. But right now, he don't believe none of them, right? But he believes them not. And then it says, and they told him all the words of Joseph, right? Everything that he said, right? That he has said to them. And when, you see what it says right there? It says, and when he saw the wagons, that's that part there. That part there. That part right there. You know what it's like right now? Let's put it in modern terms, right? So, right, Jacob now see those rides. He see those SUVs or whatever, those wagons. You know what I mean? He's like, yo, that came from Mitzrayim, right? Okay. Notice what it says. And when he saw the wagons that notice that Joseph had sent. So this might mean that Joseph and the father, they might have had conversations like that. Man, I'm gonna get you wagons from Egypt. You're like, oh boy, get out of here with that. No, father, dad, for real. And then he saw the wagon. He's like, wait, from what I'm hearing them saying, this does sound like Joseph. This does sound like Joseph. I know my son. I love my son. Right. And then when he saw the wagons, it's the deal is sealed, right? What does it say? What does it say? It said the spirit of Yaakov, their father, revived, right? Now, our Godfather and King of Kings, he teaches us that, there is a spirituality and even a material. There's a balance to life. For example, we are, carbon organic beings. We have material bodies, natural bodies, but then our soul and spirit, right, are not limited in that sense to this condition, to this material condition. So there's a balance, like the material and spiritual balance. So one could look at this verse and say, oh man, he only believed it when he looked at the wagons, because that's very materialistic. Somebody could say that. Somebody could read, we reason the Beit Midrash, we iron sharpen iron. But then if you read the fullness of the verse, right, it's not just the words that were persuading him, but it's the deed. It's the deed. You see the word and deed, right? And the spirit of Jacob, their father, revived, right? In other words, they were, in a sense, killing him, in a sense, about what they did to Joseph and how they lied about it. And he probably could tell they were lying because Judah, he separated himself. Everybody started to act funny. When that happened, something went on here, and people are just holding to a bad agreement, right? And now Israel says this right here. Israel says, enough, because they probably kept on saying, see that, and they see the father cheer up and like, yeah, you see one, okay, enough. Joseph, my son, is yet alive. All right, I will go and see him before I die. But notice his disposition. It's like ever since his son was lost, no doubt he believed by some beast or wild animal, right? But no doubt he still felt him in spirit and in truth. He was dying, right? It says, in the day that you eat thereof, ye shall die. People think like he should have fell down, dropped dead right then. That's not the Hebraic concept. That's some Gentile mind. You know what I mean? It's like, from that very moment, it's like it was affecting his life, his quality of life. You know what I'm saying? And this is why when we scroll to the next chapter, it says that he took his journey with all he had, but it's not going down to Egypt. He goes to the next spot, Beersheba, right? And there he offers sacrifices, right, to the God of his father Isaac. Why? Because he had to get some clarity on this. This is like his prayer. You know what I mean? He had to check in, and Elohim spake to Yisrael how? In the visions of night. Notice it don't say a dream, but notice basically it's a vision of the night. So that means at night we might get a dream or we might get a vision of the night, right? But notice Elohim spoke to him like that, right? Jacob, Jacob. And he said, Here am I. And then told him, Listen, don't be afraid to go down into Egypt. I got to work here, right? The same work from the patriarchs. Yeah, I'm going to make of thee. It's going to be on you now, right? A great nation, right? And I'm going to be there with you, right? And I will also bring you up. Remember when Jacob later on when he passes, right? He makes the brothers swear, and Joseph's like, "You're not going to bury me here, not going to bury me here." So although some of the embalming ancient Egyptian, ain't that something? Some of the ancient Egyptian embalming rites went on the patriarch, but they brought him up out of there. It's something to think about, right? And Joseph shall put his hand upon thine eyes. Boom. So, brothers and sisters and brothers, right here, just a little something in this Torah reading and feeding, and there's so much more that's interesting. And besides that, when we really read it and understand it's real. These things or similar things go on, right? And it's not just they say what happens to us, but it's how do we deal with it. I mean, and notice that you talk about long suffering, right? We hear this word long suffering. I mean, think about that, right? For more than 13 something years, right? I think it was almost 17 years, something like that. Yeah, right. It was a long time, right? Now we also have Ezekiel 37, right? Is that the valley of the dry bones? Is that the dry bones, or no? Or that's the two sticks. That's the two sticks right there, connected with the dry bones, right? Right. New Testament reading. Oh, pray to I, pray to I. Sorry about that, brothers and sisters. Let me switch the screen right here so you can see this, so we can get into a little bit of a welcoming, bringing in the Shabbat, sabbatical vibes here. The week Torah portion, this week's Torah portion, and you make it strong by studying. And the Torah portion, the reading, Genesis 44:18 to 47:27, right? The 6 aliyahs, or during the Shavua, the week, the 6 parts of the reading, like a reading a day. So for bite-sized manna, like angel's bread, or like MREs, manna ready to eat. And so here we would normally, like on a 6-day reading, we could read the 6th day, and on Sabbath day, then the fullness of the readings, in the kind of a congregational worship, but looking at just the pattern, right? And then we have the prophet reading, Ezekiel 37:15 to verse 28, right? Then the Brit Hadasha reading, the New Covenant, the New Testament, the Adis al Kidan, right? Adis al Kidan in Amharic is interesting, bringing out the Hebraic Brit Hadasha, because Adis means new, Al mean word, Kidan mean covering or agreement, right? But the Brit Hadasha, right, the renewed covenant, we have Ephesians chapter 2, verses 1 to 10. Right. Once again, some of the key themes, right? Judah reveals, or Judah actually, Judah pleads, right, for Benjamin's release. Joseph reveals himself to his brothers, right? Jacob brings his whole family into Mitzrayim, ancient Egypt. Jacob settles in Goshen. In the audible, you might hear me say for the Hebrew for Rastafari scholars and the Hebrew scholars, you hear me enunciate as Gishen, right? Well, actually, in the usual Hebrew, often as Goshen, right? But what I was thinking of is like there's a mountain and a place in Ethiopia called Gishen. So I point that out because some of the audible, was recorded some years ago. We've gotten somewhat better, and hopefully we'll do some new audibles. But I just want to point that out in case anyone noticed it. And I guess I put some attention on it to be noticed. So, yeah. So we read it as Gishen instead of Goshen, right? Because when going through the reading, it reminded me of something else in Amharic. So I saw the connection between Gishen and the Goshen. Is there a connection? Hopefully, we'll unpack that. Then, lastly, but not lastly, but not leastly, right? Lastly, but not leastly, we get to the 47th chapter concerning the famine, the rough days of the famine in Mitzrayim and the other neighboring countries in that 1040, what we call the 1040 region of the world, right? Afra, Arabia, biblical prophecy, Bible times region. It's a particular region. It's like the sweet spot of the earth, right? So to speak, right? But portion outline, the prophets, right? We have, Ezekiel 37 and 15, right? We have the two sticks, right? There's a stick of Joseph and there's a stick of Judah. Isn't that interesting? So when Ezekiel the prophet bringing forward that vision, does it have anything to do with the groundation that we have here in this Torah reading and feeding? I submit to you that it does. Right. So this is more on the page. We're getting into a little bit more on this page right here, just zooming out so we can have and a portion commentary for this Shabua is life's hardships, right? Life's hardships, right? Life's hardships, right? We all go through it, but how do we all go through it? And do we all get through it, right? Is it a stepping stone or does it become like a stumbling block? And if we stumble, why do we allow the way, the truth, and life to break the fall? And if we fall, allowing that same way, truth, and life to lift us up, right? Again, remember, he would go down into Egypt, right? He was with him there. It reminded me of David. David might have been thinking about that. King David, Dawid HaMelech, right? And the authors of the Psalms and the style of David, where he says, if I make my bed in hell, right? Where he says, you are there. If I send up into the heaven, right, you are there. Where can I run from your presence, from your face, from your perception, from perceiving you be there? So life's hardship. Joseph did not retaliate. This is a key theme here, Chaverim, that Joseph did not retaliate. Instead, he broke the cycle, breaking that cycle by doing what? By offering complete forgiveness. That's what Joseph did. You notice that? He offered complete and say, yeah, I'm still upset with you. I don't know if I can forgive you. See, a lot of times when we do that, that's some bad psychobabble. It'll be better, even if you think about it, don't utter it. Repent of it, right? Joseph did not retaliate. Instead, he broke the cycle by offering complete forgiveness, right? He told his brothers not to be remorseful, right? Or not to be angry, right? In their own eyes for selling him to Mitzrayim, right? And it's interesting because when Joseph says that, he actually credits the whole work, right, to being Elohim's work. Right? I mean, he doesn't even focus on that. Like he's not like some of us would say, well, what Elohim has made it happen, that's good, but what you did is bad. I'm still upset with you. No, he let that go for the greater good. Right? That's letting it go for the greater good. Right? That's what he did for the good, right, of he who be who he be, who is the all good. So how was Joseph, right? We can ask the question, how was Joseph able to offer his brothers such a gracious total pardon? How was he able to do that? How? Right? He did so on the basis of his confidence, his surety, his trust in Yahweh and Jehovah's goodness. Right? He saw that though the brothers had meant his sale into bondage, what we can call ancient strong quotes slavery, right, for evil, right, Elohim, the true good, the true God, meant it for good. Everything, right, had worked according to Elohim's plan and his wisdom. He was able to see that. Now, even in our lives, when some things be happening, and sometimes maybe the person did have a not good intent, right, and something works out for the good, right? Do we also, right, focus on the greater good? Right? Do we focus on the greater good? Right? We should focus on the greater good. Right? So right here, getting into a little bit more of that. That's part of this Torah portion, reading and feeding this commentary here. Then Joseph brought his father Jacob, right, and presented him to Pharaoh, and Jacob blessed Pharaoh, Jacob did what? Jacob blessed, right, Pharaoh, right? Genesis 47 and 7. Now, we'll get into that, the whole thing about the old man. You know what I mean? Like he's this old man, almost like. Any of you ever seen something called Logan's Run? You ever seen something called Logan's Run? It's this old sci-fi movie, Logan's Run. And in Logan's Run, right, it's almost like they never seen or they never met like an old man. It's like they had this kind of like, like population control kind of thing going on there that people talk about even nowadays. Many people have these imaginations, these machinations to do these things. But it's like nobody was old. Nobody was allowed to get old. You know what I mean? So the amazement at the Pharaoh, right, at 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 Jacob's old age, it's kind of reminds me of a scene in the movie where they met this old man, in DC after it was destroyed. It was all a crazy thing, but it's an interesting movie. Just want to point that out to y'all. Anyway, right here, right, yeah, right here, Joseph. So touching on brother Joseph here in this Torah reading and feeding, what can we learn, right? And a question is, can we say, right, Bob Marley, in addition to the astrological associations, right? Can we say that Bob Marley, is a sort of a Rastafari Joseph? Just something, just putting that out there, putting that out there. So, be that as it may, made as it be, right here. Let's get into this Torah reading and feeding right here. Well, we touch on that, but let's kind of welcome in the Shabbat time. Yeah, there we go.
6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. 6 days shall thou labor, and the 7th day take thy rest. And although now we are mature, sucklings in the breast.
Yes. So the Kabbalah Shabbat right here with the 6 Psalms. Here we bring in the 6 Psalms, right? Psalm 95 to 99 plus 29. Rise up the praises, the Ises, right here. Shabbat Shalom, Semet Salam. Here's Psalm 95 to 99. Here we go.
Psalm 95.
Mizmor Tzadehem.
Oh, come, let us sing unto the Lord.
Lechu nerannena l'Adonai.
Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation.
Nari'a letzur yish'enu.
Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving.
Nekaddema fanav betodah.
And make a joyful noise unto him with song.
Bizmirot nari'a lo.
For the Lord is a great God.
Ki el gadol Adonai.
And a great King above all God.
Hu melech gadol al kol Elohim.
Above all God. In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. Oh, come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before the Lord our Maker. For he is our God, and we are the people of his pasture, and the sheep of his hand. Today, if ye will hear his voice, harden not your heart as in the provocation, and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness, when your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my ways. Unto whom I swear in my wrath, that they should not enter into my rest, 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 rest. Psalm 96.
מזמור צ"ו.
Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song, a new song, a new song, a new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש, שיר חדש.
Sing unto the Lord, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth, all the earth.
שירו לאדוני כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ, כל הארץ.
Sing unto the Lord, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name, bless his name.
שירו לאדוני ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו, ברכו שמו.
Show forth his salvation from day to day, 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 day to day.
בשרו מיום ליום ישועתו, 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 ישועתו.
Declare his glory among the heathen, the heathen, the heathen, the heathen, the heathen, the heathen.
ספרו בגויים כבודו, 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 כבודו.
Declare his glory among the heathen, his wonders among all people, 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 people.
בכל העמים נפלאותיו, 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 נפלאותיו.
For the Lord is great, but is great, but is great, but is great, but is great.
כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, נורא הוא על כל אלוהים, 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 אלוהים.
For the Lord is great, 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 great.
כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, כי גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד, לל מאוד.
For the Lord is great and greatly to be praised. He is to be feared above all gods. For all the gods of the nations are idols, but the Lord made the heavens. Honor and majesty are before him. Strength and beauty are in his sanctuary. Give unto the Lord, O ye kindreds of the people, give unto the Lord glory and strength. Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name. Bring an offering and come into his courts. O worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness. Fear before him all the earth. Say among the heathen that the Lord reigneth. The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved. He shall judge the people righteously. Let the heavens rejoice, and let the earth be glad. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof. Let the fields be joyful and all that is therein. Then shall all the trees of the wood rejoice before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. He shall judge the world with righteousness, and the people with his truth, 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 his truth. Psalm 97.
מזמור צ"ז.
The Lord reigneth, reigneth, reigneth.
אדוני מלך, מלך, מלך.
Let the earth rejoice, rejoice, rejoice.
תגל הארץ, 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 הארץ.
Let the multitude of isles be glad thereof, be glad thereof, be glad thereof.
ישמחו איים רבים, רבים, רבים.
Clouds and darkness are round about him, around about him, around about him, around about him.
ענן וערפל סביביו, סביביו, סביביו.
Righteousness and judgment are the habitation of his throne, of his throne, of his throne, of his throne.
צדק ומשפט מכון כסאו, 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 כסאו.
A fire goeth before him, before him, before him, before him.
אש לפניו תלך, 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 תלך.
And burneth up his enemies round about, round about, round about, round about, round about.
ותלהט סביב צריו, 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 צריו.
His lightnings and light, lightnings and light, lightnings and light, lightnings and light.
העירו ורקף תבל, 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 תבל,
His lightnings enlightened the world. The earth saw and trembled. The hills melted like wax at the presence of the Lord, at the presence of the Lord of the whole earth. The heavens declare his righteousness, and all the people see his glory. Confounded be all they that serve graven images, that boast themselves of idols. Worship him, all ye gods. Zion heard and was glad, and the daughters of Judah rejoiced because of thy judgments, O Lord. For thou, Lord, art high above all the earth. Thou art exalted far above all gods. Ye that love the Lord hate evil. He preserveth the souls of his saints. He delivereth them out of the hand of the wicked. Life is sown for the righteous, and gladness for the upright in heart. Rejoice in the Lord, ye righteous, and give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness, 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 of his holiness. Psalm 98.
מזמור צד ח' מזמור, 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 מזמור.
Oh, sing unto the Lord a new song, a new song, a new song, a new song.
שירו לאדוני שיר חדש, 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 חדש.
For he hath done marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things, marvelous things.
כי נפלאות עשה, עשה, עשה.
His right hand and his holy arm, holy arm, holy arm, holy arm.
הושיע לו ימינו, 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 ימינו.
Hath gotten him the victory, the victory, the victory, the victory.
וזרוע קודשו, קודשו, קודשו.
The Lord hath made known his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation, his salvation.
הודיע אדוני ישועתו, ישועתו, ישועתו,
The Lord hath made known his salvation. His righteousness hath he openly showed in the sight of the heathen. He hath remembered his mercy and his truth toward the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all the earth. Make a loud noise and rejoice and sing praise. Sing unto the Lord with the harp and the voice of a psalm, with trumpets and sound of cornet. Make a joyful noise before the Lord the King. Let the sea roar and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. Let the floods clap their hands, that the hills be joyful together before the Lord. For he cometh to judge the earth. With righteousness shall he judge the world and the people with equity, with equity, with equity, with equity. With equity, with equity, with equity, with equity. Psalm 99.
מזמור צד ט', צד ט', צד ט', צד.
The Lord reigneth, reigneth, reigneth.
אדוני מלך, מלך.
Let the people tremble, tremble.
ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים, ירגזו עמים.
He sitteth between the cherubims. Let the earth be moved, be moved, be moved, be moved.
יושב קרובים תנות הארץ, 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 הארץ.
The Lord is great in Zion, and he is high above all the people. Let them praise thy great and terrible name, for it is holy, for it is holy, for it is holy, for it is
קדוש
holy,
הוא,
for it is
קדוש
holy,
הוא,
for it is
קדוש
holy,
הוא, קדוש הוא, קדוש.
The king's strength also loveth judgment. Thou dost establish equity. Thou executest judgment and righteousness in Jacob. Exalt ye the Lord our God, and worship at his footstool, for he is holy, for he is holy, for he is holy, for he is holy,
קדוש
for he
הוא,
is holy,
קדוש
for he
הוא,
is holy, for he is holy. Moses and Aaron among his priests, and Samuel among them that call upon his name, they called upon the Lord, and he answered them. He spake unto them in the cloudy pillar. They kept his testimonies and the ordinance that he gave them. Thou answeredst them, O Lord our God. Thou wast a God that forgavest them, though thou tookest vengeance of their inventions. Exalt the Lord our God and worship at his holy hill, for the Lord our God is holy, holy, Psalm 29.
מזמור כ"ט, מזמור לדוד.
Give unto the Lord, O ye mighty, ye mighty, ye mighty, ye mighty.
הבו לאדוני בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים, בני אלים.
Give unto the Lord glory and strength, and strength, and strength.
הבו לאדוני כבוד ועול, כבוד ועול, כבוד ועול, כבוד ועול.
Give unto the Lord the glory due unto his name, to his name, to his name, to his name.
הבו לאדוני כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו, כבוד שמו.
Worship the Lord in the beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness, beauty of holiness.
השתחוו לאדוני בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש, בהדרת קודש.
The voice of the Lord is upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters, upon the waters.
קול אדוני על המים, 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 המים.
The God of glory thundereth, 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 thundereth.
אל הכבוד הרעים, 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 הרעים.
The Lord is upon many waters, many waters, many waters, many waters.
אדוני על מים רבים, 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 רבים.
The voice of the Lord is powerful, 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 powerful.
קול אדוני בכוח, 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 בכוח.
The voice of the Lord is full of majesty, full of majesty, full of majesty, full of majesty.
קול אדוני בהדר, 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 בהדר.
The voice of the Lord breaketh the cedars, the cedars, the cedars, the cedars.
קול אדוני שובר ארזים, 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 ארזים.
Yea, the Lord breaketh the cedars of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon, of Lebanon.
וישבר אדוני את ארזי הלבנון, 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 הלבנון.
He maketh them also to skip like a calf, Lebanon and Syrian like a young unicorn. The voice of the Lord divideth the flames of fire. The voice of the Lord shaketh the wilderness. The Lord shaketh the wilderness of Kadesh. The voice of the Lord maketh the hinds to calve, and discovereth the forests. And in his temple doth every one speak of his glory. The Lord sitteth upon the flood. Yea, the Lord sitteth king forever. The Lord will give strength unto his people. The Lord will bless his people with peace. Peace, 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 peace.
Lion of Judah Society.
Sembetzelah of the beholder, and love is in the presence of the love maker. Life is in the words of the comforter. Endure much longer, live much longer. Fear is in the eyes of the beholder, and love is in the presence of the love maker. Life is in the words of the comforter. Endure much longer, live much longer. Fear is in the eyes of the beholder, and love is in the presence of the love maker. Life is in the words of the comforter. Endure much longer, live much longer.
I test around his chest and Rastafari is his name.
Yes. Shabbat Shalom, Sembah Salam. The Psalms right there, and the Kabbalah welcoming the Shabbat. Kabbalah Shabbat. Here, I'd like to share the Ana B'Koach. Ana B'Koach. Let me see if I have just the words and the tune right here. Okay, here we go. Let's bring it around again. One moment. So it's interesting because in the in Psalm 29, kind of Hebraically, this is a little nerdy right here on the Hebrew level. You know, there's an interlinking word sound right there. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Wow, we got a lot of these tunes up there. Okay, here we go. Give me one moment to come to the top of this right here. What's this one right here? Here we go right there. Okay, so I'm going to go through the words and then the chant, right? The kind of musical right here. The span, I think, is not stream. Hold on for a moment, Chaverim. Give me one moment. There we go. Here. Check it.
Ana b'koach, gedulata yeminecha, tatir tzruah. Please, by the great power of thy right hand, oh, set the captive free. Aver arina ta'ameka asagvenu, ta'herenu nora. Reverent God, accept thy people's prayer. Strengthen us, strengthen I and I. Cleanse us, cleanse I and I. Na gibor dorsheya yehudeka kubvata shamreim. Almighty God, grant I and I, as the apple of the eye of those who seek thee I. Barchem tahrem rachmei tzidkateka tamid gamlem. Bless them, cleanse them, pity them, ever grant them thy truth. Chasina kadosh, berovat ubeka nahela edateka. Mighty, holy, Isla God, in thy abundant grace, guide thy people. Yachid ge'eh le'amecha pene zokreya kedushateka. Accept I and I our prayer. Hear I and I cry, thou who knowest secret thoughts. Shawatenu kabelo ushmaz aakatenu yodea ta'elumot. Bless be the name of His glorious majesty forever and ever. Baruch Shem Kovoda Malkuto Le'olama Wa'ad.
Yes. Just to break it, basic word breakdown, so I can show you on the screen. I'm trying to find this excerpt, but right here, this reggae version, Ana B'Koach, we beseech thee.
תמיד גומלי צדקתך תמיד גולה תמיד גולה תמיד גולה bendícelos purifícalos con la misericordia de tu justicia trátalos siempre con bondad חסין קדוש ברוב טובך נאה לדרכתך יחיד גאה לעמך פינה זוכר לקדושתך שוועתנו קבל ושמע צעקתנו יודע תעלומות לוחם תרם רחמי צדקתך תמיד גומנה תמיד גומן תמיד גומן לוחם תרם רחמי צדקתך תמיד גומנה תמיד גומן תמיד גומן תמיד גומן תמיד גומן תמיד גומן תמיד גומן
Tamid Goen. Yeah. So I found it within a PDF of a good Siddur right here. Ana Bekoach, right? By thy great power. By thy great power. Ana, come on now. Bekoach, Koach, power. By the great power of thy right hand, O set the captive free. Reverend God, accept thy people's prayer. Strengthen us, cleanse us, Almighty God. Guard as the apple of the eye those who seek thee. Bless them, cleanse them, pity them. Ever grant them thy truth. Mighty holy God, in thy abundant grace, guide thy people. Exalted God, turn to thy people who proclaim thy holiness. Accept our prayer, hear our cry, thou who knowest secret thoughts. So here is a Siddur that I can share right here on the screen from the Siddur, right? And this is this right here. Okay, here we go right here. So we chanted the Psalms, right? And if a festival, if a festival is on Friday, then like if there's a festival time and there's a festival coming up, if it occurs on Friday, then the evening, like the next day, right, then the evening service will begin here. We won't go through the full, by tried and tradition. So there we had Psalm 29, right? Psalm 29. Now here's the Hebrew. So one page is English, one page is Hebrew. Right, so here's the part that you heard right there. Ana bekoa gedulata yamineka tatir sira kabel rina ameka sagabeinu taharenu nora na gibor doshe yehudeka bekavavata shamrein barkeim tahreim rahimei zirkateka tamid golem. That was that part there. He got up to like 1, 2, 3, 4. He got up to the fourth verse there. That was the part at the end. Tamid golem. Right? This continuation. Chasina kadosha beroba tubeka nahel dateka. Yachida ge'eh. Le ameka penei zokrei kedushateka. Those who remember thy holiness. Zokrei, the remembrances of kedushateka, of your set apartness. Remember the command for the Shabbat, according to Exodus, it's zakor et yom hashabat lekadisho. Zakor, like speaking to a male or all of us as one man. Zakor, remember, right? Zakor et yom, remember what? The yom, the day, hashabat, of the Sabbath, lekadisho, to set it apart. 6 days work, 1 day rest. It's setting apart in the sense of the Kadash sense, right? Zikor et Yom HaShabbat lekadisho. setting it apart, right? So that's part right there, just to, I feel side by side. So I'm going back and forth just to, yeah. So it says, Shawatenu kabelu shema sa'ikatenu yodeata alumot. And often at the end is a kind of a closing blessing. Baruch Shem Kabod Malkuto Le'olam Wa'ed. Baruch, blessed is the name of thy glorious kingdom. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. This verse here. This verse often it will be said sometime in an undertone, like Baruch Shem Kavod Malkuto Le'olam Wa'ed. But so you can hear it. Baruch Shem, right? Blesses the name Kabod Malkuto of your glorious kingdom, right? Baruch Shem Kabod Malkuto Le'olam, forever or till time indefinite, wa'ed, and going on. So forever and onward, right? Blessed is the name of your glorious kingdom, forever and onward. So right there, just to break that down right there. So the honor Bekoah, Gedulat, Yamineka, Tatir, Nisirah is the opening part right here where we have, is it over here? Okay, no, this is the Hebrews first, and then we go over here to the English. Right there, it's right there. It says, by thy great power, by the great power of thy right hand, Anabekoa, line, Gedulata, Yeminika, Tatir, Sirura. Oh, set the captives free. And basically the breakdown right there. One more little version right here of the Anabekoa. Yes. Pray to I. That's a little medi right there. It's just a musical. We're gonna push again, but I want to just hit this one more time, right? Just so you can get it right here. See if you pick up on it, right? Ana Bekoa. I think it's some Spanish, translating into the audience right there. They're there. Just one more time. Ana Bekoa, Gedulat Yeminika, Tatir, Zerah.
Bendícelos, purifícalos con la misericordia de tu justicia, trátalos siempre con bondad. Hasin kadosh berov tubcha, na'el adatecha. Oh, yachid gea le'amecha pine zocher ekedu.
Tamid Golem, Tamid Golem. Here. So here the honor Bikoah right there. Yes. Yes. Hold on for a moment. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. All right. So right here to the Lekad Dodi. So we've been sharing like different versions of my own version going through it. The Lekad Dodi, like kind of like the seal right here. Lekad Dodi. All right, let's touch a little bit on the Lekad Dodi right here. All right, this is often a favorite right here, but what's in it? Let's scroll down here, beginning down here at the bottom of the page right there. Reader and congregation. All right. So just going through the basic of the Lekad Dodi, and then we'll share a tune from Natsrim. Natsrim, beautiful tune right there. And now, Lekad Dodi, come, my friend. Lekad Dodi, Likrat Kala, Penei Shabbat in the Kabbalah. Come, my friend, to meet the bride. Let us welcome the Sabbath. Lekad Dodi, Likrat Kala, Penei Shabbat Nekabbalah. Come, my friend, Lekad Dodi, Likrat Kala, to meet the Kala, the bride. Penei Shabbat, the face, the presence of the Sabbath. Nekabbalah, to Kabbalah, to welcome the Sabbath. Now, this is a very interesting composition right here because the language of the scripture is kind of brought together. The poet here brings in phrases from Isaiah 52 and 2, 51 and 17, 60 and 1, Judges 5 and 12, Isaiah 60 and 1, Isaiah 54 and 4, Psalm 42 and 12, Isaiah 14:32, Jeremiah 30 and 18 and verse 16, Isaiah 49 and 19, Isaiah 62 and 5, Isaiah 54 and 3, Isaiah 25 and 9. And so Hebraically, Judaically, amongst other Yehudi and the tribe and tradition of the Beta Israelites of Ethiopia, the Shabbat is often personified, and personified here in this composition of Lekad Dodi compared to a bride, right? In the Beta Israel tradition, right, compared to a mother who intercedes for her children, among some of the other Yehudi as a bride, right? This is the same sense as Israel is likened to a bride in Jeremiah, in Jeremiah 2 and 2. So the poem here, known as the Lekad Dodi, a sabbatical poem like to be chanted, right, gives the impression, right, gives expression rather to the hope, the expectation of Yisrael in vivid figures of speech drawn from the Holy Script, right, the Holy Scriptures here. So this is interesting right here because in Revelation, New Jerusalem. So here, this is the actual stanzas right here. You're going to hear it, right? I just went through the first, the kind of chorus, the chorus line, right? And then we have the verses, Shamor v'zakor b'dibur echad, right? Hishmianu el laham yuchad, Yahweh echad u'shemo echad, l'shem u'letiferet u'litahila. Right, this is like the verses, but the chorus line is Lekad Dodi. Right, what is that right there? The Lekad Dodi right there. Okay, so here let's get into the English just so you can hear and hopefully like be able to, link what you're hearing, right, in the language, and this is what it means. If somebody's speaking the language, then one should bring forth an interpretation. Right, so welcoming the Sabbath, the Kabbalat of the Shabbat, welcoming, receiving. Now, if a festival occurs on Shabbat, usually only the four stanzas that are marked are chanted. So if there's a festival that occurs on the Shabbat, then it's kind of reduced to just 4 lines, not the full. So here's the words you're going to hear right here. Observe and remember, Shamor v'zakor b'dibur echad, in a single command, the one God announced to us, Hishmianu el ham yuchad, right? Adonai Echad U'Shemo Echad. Right? Adonai is one, the Lord is one, and his name is one, for fame, for glory, right? U'Shem, right? Tiferet with Litahila, right? The Tiferet also. So then the chorus comes in. Come, my friend, to meet the bride. Let us welcome the Shabbat. Lekad dodia likrat kala penei Shabbat nekabbalah. Come, let us go to meet the Sabbath, for it is a source of blessing. From the very beginning, it was ordained, last in creation, first in God's plan. Chorus. Lekad dodia likrat kala penei Shabbat nekabbalah. Come, my friend, to meet the bride. Let us welcome the Sabbath. Next verse. Shrine, shrine of the King. Royal city, arise. Come forth from thy ruins. Long enough have you dwelt in the vale, the valley of tears. He will show you abundant mercy. Chorus line. Lekado di likrat kala, pnei Shabbat nekabbalah. Shake off your dust, arise, put on your glorious garments, my people, and pray. Be near to my soul and redeem her through the son of Jesse, the Bethlehemite. Chorus line. Leka dodi likrat kala, pnei Shabbat nekabbalah. Next verse. Bestir, like stir up yourself, for your light has come. Arise and shine. Awake, utter a song. Adonai, the Lord's glory is revealed up on you. Again, chorus line. Leka dodi likrat kala, pnei Shabbat nekabbalah. Be not ashamed nor confounded. Why are you downcast? Why do you moan? The afflicted of my people will be sheltered within you. The city shall be rebuilt on its ancient site. Coming to the fulfillment right here. Leka dodi likrat kala pnei Shabbat nekabbalah. Those who despoil you shall become a spoil, and all who would devour you shall be far away. Your God, speaking to Zion, the soul, Jerusalem, and Zion, the soul of the Israelite people. Your God will rejoice over, Elohayik will rejoice over you as a bridegroom rejoices over his bride. Leka dodi likrat kala, pnei Shabbat nekabbalah. Come, my friend, come to meet the bride. Let us welcome the Shabbat. Let's scroll through here to the English portion, right? And this is the end right here. You shall extend to the right and to the left, and you shall revere Adonai, Yahweh Eloheinu, the Lord, through the advent of a descendant of Perez. We shall rejoice and exult. Leka dodi likrat kala, pnei Shabbat nekabbalah. And then often in congregational, praise and worship, right? The congregation would arise at that next to last stanza right there, and often turns towards the door as if to welcome a guest, right? Others might be outside, and usually in group observance of the welcoming of the Sabbath, it would be like right before the light, right, disappears over the western horizon. That means the evening fully come. So then the correspondence of this chant: come in peace, crown of God, come with joy and cheerfulness amidst the faithful of your chosen people. Come, O bride, come, O bride, come, O bride. Some would say, O Queen Shabbat, and then it would like seal up Leka dodi likrata kala pnei Shabbata nekabbalah, right? But that last part, that boi kala, come, right? O bride, kala is bride. Boi is to say, speaking to she. Boi is like come, enter in. So speaking to a woman to come, like, and enter into some place. It's not just to come. It's like to enter in, right? So it's like, Bowie, come in, come on in. Like you're in a room, like a woman standing outside, say, Bowie, nah. Like come in. Bowie kala, come bride, Bowie kala. And then sealing up once again, lekad todi, likarata kala, pnei Shabbat nekabbalah. Boom. And then there's a custom that mourners, those who are mourning in the first week of their mourning, they remain, some say, at the entrance of the synagogue, the Yehudi church, until one of the congregation says to them. So it's like a tradition that once we're going through some like loss, they come forward to the Yehudi, to the church, the synagogue, the gathering. But it's often custom, understanding their bereavement, right, for one to see them at the door and then basically say, may Elohim console you among the other mourners for Zion and Jerusalem, right? And then welcome them in, Wow. Got a little emotional there. That part right there. Yeah. So here, the Lekad Dodi, so one can understand this beautiful tune right here. Let's come with it right here. This is the Natrim. Do we have Natrim right here? Yeah, this is the Natrim, the same ones that do the other, the other beautiful ditty right there. Uh-huh. I mean, Diddy used to be like a tune, the wonderful ode. Here we go. Ven amado mio, lecado di.
Guardar y recordar fueron pronunciados en uno. Hashem es uno y su nombre es uno. Salgamos al encuentro del Shabbat, fuente eterna de bendición. El Santo nos llama a reposar en su luz y su creación. Lejadodi לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה.
Ven, amado mío, al encuentro de la novia. Recibamos el rostro del Shabbat.
מקדש מלך עיר מלוכה. Será tu manto. Lejadodi לקראת קלה, בני שבת נקבלה. Ven, amado mío, al encuentro de la novia. Recibamos el rostro del Shabbat.
Yeah. I was just saying that's a tune by Natsarim, right? Natsarim, yeah, out there on the tubes. Yeah. That was Ven Amado Mio. Like I was saying, man, that tune makes me want to really learn Spanish. Not for real, right there. Hail up to the ones and ones. One more local tune right here, just to welcome in the Shabbat, Shalom, Uman Barak, peaceful Sabbath, and a blessed one. Here. Check it.
שבת לתחו ונלצה כי מקור הברציה מראש מקדם נסוכה סוף מעשה במטה שבת תשילה לשדודי לקראת קלה בני שבת נקבלה לשדודי לקראת קלה בני שבת נקבלה מקדש מלך עיר מלוכה הוא מצא עם מתוק חפתך רב לשבת בעמק חבשה והוא ישמור על האיש כמלה התנערי מאפר קומי לבשי בגדי תפארתי שמי על יד בן אישי בית הלשמי קורבה אל נפשי גאלה לשדודי לקראת קלה ירלה 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 בני שבת נקבלה לשדודי לקראת קלה ירלה 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 בני שבת נקבלה התעוררי, התעוררי, קיבה אורך, קומי יורי, אורי אורי, שיר דברי, כבוד אדוני עלייך נגלה, לא תבושי ולא תקלמי, מה תשתוך עד שיהיו מתמי, בשחסו עניי ימי, ונבנית העיר על תילה, לשדודי לקראת קלה בני שבת נקבלה לשדודי לקראת קלה ירלה 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 בני שבת נקבלה לך דודי לקראת קלה 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 בני שבת נקבלה וחיו למשיסה שוס האיש ורק חכו כל מבלייך יסיס עלייך אלוהי כמסוס צ'תן על קלה ימין ושמאל תפרוצי ואת אדוני תריצי על יד איש בן פרצי ונשמחה ונגילה.
Yes, 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 yes. Lekadodi, likrat, kala, pnei Shabbat, nekabala. Shabbat shalom, sembe salam. Yes, yes, yes. Shabbat time. Oh.
Shabbat shalom.
Yes, 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 yes. Shabbat time right here. Now, here we ride up, chant. Yeah, well, it's the candle blessing right there. Usually what the woman of the house does, the candle blessing right there, usually before Shabbat, but just to give an ear. And here's Mary Rose Israel on the Ivrit. Check it.
Sanctifying our time. Narot, lighting the candles. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav, v'bitz zanu, ledlik nir shel Shabbat, v'shel Yom Tov. Blessed are you, O Yahweh, our Almighty, King of the universe, who has sanctified I and I by your commandments and has instructed I and I to kindle the lights for Shabbat and for the Kadosh day.
And usually right here, we like to play Desiree, set the flame tune right here. Look above the live right here for fulfilling. Oh, check it. Here.
Set the flame forms. Erase true morals of the young ones. Miseducation, brainwashing. White as snow, Clorox to the mind. Unemployed and hunger is a game being played on the chessboard that all those in power created. Food shortages and financial panics. Organized crime war tactics. Concert plays and debate. Spun into a web of diabolic. Conspiracy and public betrayal. Treasury owners backseat. In a closed drawer, they're giving orders, signals, symbols, sixes to the small fellows of wickedness. Disgust is too nice of a word to describe how I feel about them. To describe how we feel about them. So set the flame. 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 Horrendous amount of advantage taken. Intuition not mistaken. The dragon, log on giving power to the beast. Harlot drinking the blood of saints. Vampire activating cathedral. Meanwhile proclaiming ringleaders fall from heaven. Taking along 1/3 with them. Color the shield them red. Practicing the ways of the dead. Playing backward music instead. Set the flame. 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 Raging regions of captivity. No more singing, we shall overcome. Cause right here, no, so we want we freedom. And make the true liberty bell song in the western African beat, the kete bang of the conga drum. Ringing out, come out of Aja people, come. Some depend the Indian reservation. Some will go on to repatriation. Some will claim the land of Canaan. And have the slave driver them for your possession. Whoa, whoa. Set the flame and make them know. The flame. Set 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 the flame. Flame. Angel set the flame. Jah angel set the flame. The flame. The flame. true morals of the young ones. Miseducation, brainwashing, white as snow, Clorox to the mind. Unemployed and hunger, it's a game being played on the chessboard that all those in power created. Food shortages and financial panics, organized crime war tactics, concert plays and debate, spun into a web of diabolic conspiracy, public betrayal, treasury owners backseat. In a closed drawer, they're giving orders, signals, symbols, sixes to the small fellows of wickedness. Disgust is too nice of a word to describe how we feel about them. To describe how we feel about them. So set the flame, 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 the flame.
Lion of Judah Society. Yes, yes, yes. Set the flame, set the flame, set the flame. What relics right there? Perfect song right there for the lighting of the light, setting the flame right there. Hope you picked up on the relics there. That was like a live of Desiree, set the flame, Desiree right there. Yeah, man, these lyrics here it really sets the flame. Right, there's a part in this, you heard that part, but I like to zoom in on this lyric. Once you look up the lyrics right there, this is pretty true to the song, to the tune right here. This part here, I think it's in the third verse, the third versical section. Let's see, this page here has this, you know how they be doing it, right? It says, raging regions of captivity. No more singing, we shall overcome. We should sing, we have overcome and overcome, right? No more singing, we shall overcome, cause right, Jah know, so we want with freedom. And make the true liberty bell song in the Western African beat that get the bang up the Congo drum, right? They got it a little bit. It says ring out, but this part here, ring out the African beat the Congo drum, ring out call, most of Jah people come home. Most of Jah people come home. Some upon the Indian reservation, this part here, some upon the Indian reservation, some will go on to repatriation, some will claim the land of Canaan, right? Kind of interesting right there. And of the slave driver, then be of their possession. Isn't that like very Israelite right there? Yes, Rastafari Israelite. Right? Oh, set the flame and let them know. Set the flame, set the flame. Yes, Rastafari. Check out the relics right there. Check out the tune. You know, support the artists that are bringing forth the truth, you know, the real voice of this is the spirit, right, of prophecy. Yeah, right there. Set the flame. So here. Let's keep this moving, keep this pushing. So here in sealing up the Sabbath, the Shabbat, and sealing up, we seal up with the Sabbath Psalm, Psalm 92, and then the Friday evening Psalm is actually Psalm, right, here we go right here. That's today's daily Psalm. The Friday evening Psalm, we actually seal that up for the end. So it's like the Friday evening Psalm is 93, but the Shabbat Psalm is 92. So here, let's bring this forward right here. Give me a moment. Trying to learn this board here. Yeah. So here we have Psalm 92, the Shabbat Psalm for the Sabbath. You'll see it in the Bibles, the better printing. We'll have it as a Sabbath Psalm for the Sabbath. Right? Psalm 92, Psalm for the Sabbath day. Shema Yisrael. Here. Beats up to catch the drum, Congo. That's right.
Psalm 92.
מזמור צד ב' מזמור שיר ליום השבת.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord.
טוב להודות לאדוני,
And to sing praises unto thy name, thy name, thy name, thy name, thy name.
ולזמר לשמך.
O Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High.
לשמך עליון.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning, in the morning, in the morning, in the morning.
להגיד בבוקר חסדך.
And thy faithfulness every night, every night, every night, every night.
ואמונתך בלילות.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth the fool understand it. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Lord, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of an unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemy, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness, 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 no
מזמור שדה ב' מזמור שיר ליום השבת. טוב להודות לאדוני ולזמר לשמך עליון. להגיד בבוקר חסדך ואמונתך בלילות. עלי עשור ועלי נבל, עלי היגיון בכינור. כי שימחתני אדוני בפועליך, במעשה ידיך ארנן. מה גדלו מעשיך אדוני, מאוד עמקו מחשבותיך. איש בער לא ידע, וכסיל לא יבין את זאת. לפרוח רשעים כמו עשב, ויציצו כל פועלי אבן, להישמדם עד עד. ואתה מרום לעולם אדוני. כי הנה אויביך אדוני, כי הנה אויביך יאבדו, יתפרדו כל פועלי אבן. ותרם כרעם קרני, בלותי בשמן רענן. ותבט עיני בשורי, וקמים עלי מרעים, תשמענה אוזני. צדיק כתמר יפרח, בארז בלבנון ישגה. שתולים בבית אדוני, בחצרות אלוהינו יפריחו. עוד ינובון בשיבה, דשנים ורעננים יהיו. להגיד כי ישר אדוני, צורי ולא עוולה תבוא.
Shabbat Shalom, Umaborat, peaceful Sabbath, good Sabbath, well, healthy Sabbath, and a blessed one. Shabbat Shalom, Umaborak. And right here, to seal it with 93, 93, 93, here. Friday evening.
Psalm 93.
מזמור צד ג'
The Lord reigneth, 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 reigneth.
אדוני מלך, מלך, מלך.
He is clothed with majesty, majesty, majesty.
גאות לבש, 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 לבש.
The Lord is clothed with strength, with strength, with strength.
לבש אדוני, אדוני, אדוני.
Wherewith he hath girded himself, himself, himself.
עוז התעזר, 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 התעזר.
The world also is established, established, established.
אף תיכון תבל, 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 תבל.
That it cannot be moved, be moved, be moved.
בל תימות, אל תימות, אל תימות, אל תימות, אל תימות, אל תימות.
Thy throne is established of old, bold, bold.
נכון כיסאך מאז, 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 מאז.
Thou art from everlasting, everlasting, everlasting.
מעולם אתה, 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 אתה.
The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forever, 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 forever. Psalm 93.
מזמור צד ג'
The Lord reigneth, 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 reigneth.
אדוני מלך, מלך, מלך.
He is clothed with majesty, majesty, majesty.
גאות לבש, 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 לבש.
The Lord is clothed with strength, with strength, with strength.
לבש אדוני, אדוני, אדוני.
Wherewith he hath girded himself, himself, himself.
עוז התעזר, 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 התעזר.
The world also is established, established, established.
אף תיכון תבל, 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 תבל.
That it cannot be moved, be moved, be moved.
אל תימות, אל תימות, אל תימות, אל תימות, אל תימות, אל תימות.
Thy throne is established of old, bold, bold.
נכון כיסאך מאז, 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 מאז.
Thou art from everlasting, everlasting, everlasting.
מעולם אתה, 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 אתה.
The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forever, forever, forever.
מזמור צד ג' אדוני מלך גאות לבש, לבש אדוני עוז התעזר, אף תיכון תבל בל תימות. נכון כיסאך מאז, מעולם אתה. נשאו נהרות אדוני, נשאו נהרות קולם, יישאו נהרות דוחיים. מקולות מים רבים, אדירים משברי ים, אדיר במרום אדוני. עדותיך נאמנו מאוד, לביתך נאווה קודש, אדוני לאורך ימים.
Psalm 93.
מזמור צד ג'
The Lord reigneth, 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 reigneth.
אדוני מלך, מלך, מלך.
He is clothed with majesty, majesty, majesty.
גאות לבש, 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 לבש.
The Lord is clothed with strength, with strength, with strength.
לבש אדוני, אדוני, אדוני.
Wherewith he hath girded himself, himself, himself.
עוז התעזר,
The world also established.
אף תיכון תבל,
That it cannot be moved.
בל תימות,
Thy throne is established of old.
נכון כסאך מאז,
Thou art from everlasting.
מעולם אתה.
The floods have lifted up, O Lord. The floods have lifted up their voice. The floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Thy testimonies are very sure. Holiness becometh thine house, O Lord, forever.
Shabbat Shalom.
Apologies speaking, but the mic not on. Slicha. Here we have today's daily psalm. All right, the psalm here, we can say for the eve of the Shabbat here in the season 2025, we have Psalm 128. 128, the daily psalm according to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, after the order of Melchizedek. We have here corresponding with this Shabbat, Wayera, Slika, Wayyigash. I was thinking of the other Torah portion, Wayyigash, and Judah drew near. The 11th sabbatical study is interesting because the theme that we have of today's daily psalm here, bringing out one of the theme summary, family prosperity. Family prosperity says here the God-fearing, the Elohim, reverencing man. The family prosperity, shalom, the baraka, right, of the Elohim, true good, true God, reverencing. They say fearing, but in the sense of respect, respectfully speaking, reverencing man. So what do we have here? The daily psalm, Mizmor Kof Kaf Chet, Hebraically Mizmor Kof. Kof, Hebraically, the Hebrew letter Kof, numerical value of 100, Kaf, numerical value of 20, and Chet, the eighth letter of the Hebrew alphabet, having a numerical value of 8. So here, from the Tehillim, Perek, Kof, Kaf, Chet, is Mizmor, Psalm, Kof, Kaf, Chet, Psalm 128, Psalm CXX, VIII. So here, Likul Batalawa, small but very, very important. Katon Avel Gadol. It is like small but big here. The happiness of the Elohim reverencing, of the Elohim respecting, right? Respectfully speaking. So here, 128 is it's a Likul psalm, but I think the theme here that we have here on the K and D, some of the notes that we go to and we get into deeper midrash, bait midrash, like the house of study, going to study to show ourselves approved. Here we have family prosperity, right? The happiness of the Elohim reverencing man, but overall speaking of family prosperity of the Elohim reverencing man. Now, here we have corresponding with the season, the Torah reading and feeding here in the season, according to we, the black Jews of the line of the tribe of Judah. It's interesting, right? So we have Jacob, Yaakov, right? We actually have the family unity, right? The family, in a sense, getting, you can say, reconciling, in a sense. What happened to Joseph, and what the brothers covered up. But this is all because of the God-fearing or the Elohim reverencing man, right? And who we're speaking about? We're speaking about the patriarch Abinu Yaakov. Some say Avinu Yaakov. Some say Avinu Yaakov. We say Abinu Yaakov, right? Our father, right? Jacob, right? AKA Yisrael. So just to touch on this briefly, we have six verses. Always, as we do in the studies, let's kind of just get a little overview. Just want to scan over right here. Let's take it up to right there. So here, overview, so we can give praise of overstanding, right? Give skillful psalms and praises, as we have in Psalm 47, verse 7, right? To give praise of overstanding. So let's study to show ourselves approved. So just as we have in the previous psalm, Psalm 127, that have five, right? Five verses, 1 2 7, right? Is appended, right? Psalm 26, 126, right? These 6 verses. Now, why? Question, right? Why were the Psalms within the, we talk about the Siddur, and we say modern Yahadut Judaism, and coming from even the ancient times, is like a prayer book where it has certain psalms. But then we ask, what was the original compilations like this? Seeing that some psalms are not really always chronological, right? In some cases, right? But they are thematic. They have a certain theme, right? Because the fact that Yisrael was so surprise, what? Redemption, surprise. Yisrael, I and I, once lost, now found, being so surprised by the redemption out of exile. We've been in this in our ancestors so long. You know, when it fully comes, you know what I mean? It's like a surprise, right? But as it was, remember we said before that the deeds of the fathers, the Maaseh Abot, Siman Labanim. So the deeds of the fathers, right, are signs for the sons, right? Because of the fact that Yisrael was so surprised by the redemption out of the Galut. So he breaks into the Galut, right? Galut is exile, but there's a little pun in Hebrew with the name of Goliath, 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 Galut, and Goliath, right? Interesting right there. So it's like the greater son, right? In that sense, slaying Goliath, slaying the exile. Check it. But Yisrael so surprised by the redemption out of exile that they thought they were dreaming. When we get into the psalm, they thought they was dreaming. Now, notice another correspondence here. As I say, the Israelites of Ethiopia is a part of that branch, a significant part of that family, because even the other part of the family that kept other ancient Judaic Hebraic traditions, when we bring it together, we see how it's like what it says in the scripts: water, right? Water reflecting water, right? Water reflecting water, right? So because of the fact that Israel is surprised by the redemption out of exile, that they thought they were dreaming. Now, why do we say this here? Well, when we get into this psalm right here, right? We look at Psalm 120. Here we go, right here. 126. I already went up a couple of pages, right? We get to Psalm 100 and 120. Hold on for a moment. Did I put 128? Chant. Hold on for a quick moment. 128. Yeah. So we have a trinity of psalms right here. I meant to say that. We have a trinity, the Hebrew trinity of psalms. Our daily psalm is 128. All right. But then we have, right, 127. Right. And then we have 126. All right. So we have a trinity of psalms. So look at Psalm 126 for a moment. Mizmor Kof Kaf Wow Kof Kaf Vav. What's Kof Kaf Vav? Right. Kof Kaf Wow is a disappointed hope. So the theme of Psalm 126 is a disappointed hope. There was a feeling of disillusionment, right? This is why the psalm is somewhat, it has a pathos, pathetic. It has somewhat of a feeling, a suffering, right? The glorious expectations that was aroused by the edict of Cyrus. Who is Cyrus? Cyrus is the one named Koresh. Who is Koresh? Koresh is the Gentile, right? That through the prophet Yeshaya, it was told to Yisrael that there would be, right, a return of the tribe of Judah after 70 years in exile. So there's only one non-Hebrew in the scripture, right? Or let's say non-Israelite in the scripture that is called Messiah, and that is Cyrus, right? Cyrus. So if you know the story of the books of the books of the prophet Isaiah, in the book of Daniel, and then you'll see the fulfillment in the books of Ezra and Nehemiah, right? So there were glorious expectations because now the tribe of Judah could return, right? Could return out of exile after 70 years. Remember that the tribe of Judah, the southern kingdom, had witnessed the loss of the northern 10 tribes of Israel. After a couple of hundred years, they had not returned. But look at the good news. The tribe of Judah, right, was now allowed to return after Cyrus, the king of Persia, beat the king of Babylon, right? He beat Babylon, and he had a different, I can say, vibe towards the Yehudi, the tribe of Judah, the Jews, and the Israelites, and we, the black Jews. And he wanted the Judahites to return and to build the temple, right? To rebuild the temple of Yahweh, right? So big ups to Koresh, aka. But now you can imagine being in captivity for 70 years and getting the right to return, while as your other brothers had went into captivity and was almost going on 200 years and they had not returned, right? So you could imagine the vibe. But now this expectation was somewhat disappointed when they returned to the land and they saw the meagerness of what had been so far achieved, even by the first one, Zerubbabel and the high priest Yehoshua returned, right? And then after Zerubbabel and the high priest Yehoshua would find them spoken by the prophet Zechariah. Zechariah. Then we have Ezra, HaSophia, Ezra HaKohen, Ezra the scribe, Ezra the priest returns. And then after that, we have the next book, Nehemiah return. So during these returns, things got better over time, but you can imagine the first, seeing how everything was busted down and there was very little development. You know, when we say this is our homeland, we're returning to our land, and we see everything busted down and everything destroyed, right? You know, you can imagine some people may not, if they had like cell phones and somebody sent back, send some pics, people like, oh man, I ain't going. You know what I mean? But many of them reached there and saw the meagerness, the littleness of what had been done. And the comparison, it inspires a petition. And because of what they saw, right, having that faith, because many of the Jews, the Judahites, even we, the black Jews, stayed in Babylon. Only a small remnant repatriated. Sounds familiar? Sounds familiar? Only a small remnant repatriated, while by and large, most stayed out there. No doubt news was going to them that, it's better to live in Babylon. I mean, they returned to the land, but not much has been done. It's hard life. It's difficult. But the faithful who remained, right, they were able to be inspired to give a petition that the immediate future would be blessed with prosperity. So here we're actually looking at this psalm just to explain the Trinity, right, of these psalms here. Let's go back here, 126. The harvest of joy after the sowing of tears. So think about that within the agricultural and the holy season. There's the part of the sowing and there's the part of the reaping. So 126, a disappointed hope, aka the harvest of joy after the sowing of tears. So because of what they saw, they didn't get discouraged to the point that they said, forget it, we can't do this. But they rise up a chant, they rise up a petition. You know what I mean? We all can talk together, but we can all sing together. And so thus we have Psalm 126. Just to explain like how we get here, right? And that's why I want to show you that right there. Let's go back to where we're at. So just as Psalm 128, the third of this trilogy, 127, beginning with 126. Because in 126, it says in the first verse, when Jehovah brought back or brought forward those that returned to Zion, we were like them that dream. We were like dreamers. That's the idea here from 126, the beginning of the trilogy, that Israel was so surprised by the redemption out of exile that the tribe of Judah was only in exile for 70 years. And after 70 years, they could return. Surprise, surprise, surprise. They thought they were dreaming. This finds its interpretation in the universal truth that Elohim bestows upon him whom he loves in sleep. In sleep, right? That others are not able to acquire by toiling or and moiling, right? The day and night. Now this is true, although it says like too much of anything but moderation, but it's true, right? It's true that we see with Jacob. Remember Jacob? We talked about it earlier. Jacob basically, he went to Beersheba, right? I think in chapter, what was it, 46? Yeah, right, from end of 45 to the beginning of 46 with his Torah reading and feeding. The 11th, Wayyigash, and he drew near, and he went to Beersheba. And at Beersheba, right, he had a sacrifice and no doubt a prayer, petition. And then in the vision of the night, yeah, Now what's interesting about that, right, is the next Psalm 127. Except Yahweh build a house, they labor in vain that build it. Except Yahweh keep the city, the watchman waketh but in vain. It is vain for you to rise up early and sit up late, y'all that eat the bread of toil, or the bread of sorrow like from working hard, toiling, right? So he giveth to his beloved in sleep. That's the Hebrew of 127. So he gives to his beloved, liadido, yedido, his beloved, his yedid. Remember, it's a song of ascents of Solomon, 127. Mizmor Kof Kaf Zain, right? A song of ascents of the Aliyah, right? Shir HaMa'alot Li Shlomo, of Shlomo. But Solomon's name, right? Or some say his other name, but his name is Jedidah, Yedidiyah. And then we find in verse 2, he says, so he giveth his beloved to his beloved in sleep. He giveth Cain, Yatain, Ledido, Shana. Cain, yes, Yatain, he gives. Ledido, right, to Yedido, his beloved, Shana. He gives to his beloved in sleep. Some will say he gives to his beloved sleep, but he gives to his beloved in sleep. Example, Jacob, right? Example, even Joseph, his dream, and elsewhere as well, right? That which others are not able to acquire by toiling and moiling the day and night. You ever worried about something and you might not get any sleep, and the more you don't get any rest or whatever, it's like you still have to deal with it. But in other cases, you might find that, there's something that's bothersome. You get a little rest with prayer, and focus and rest, right? And you wake up and solution, the answer is right there. This is an example. So here we have Psalm 128 following 127 for the same reason as Psalm 2, the second Psalm, follows Psalm 1 for the same reason. And those of us, right, who have studied this, check out on our channel, just look for Psalm 1, right? And if you can find Psalm 1, right, I think we touched on it twice or so this year, the Shana. Very interesting. We make that connection. In both instances, they are Tehillim, Psalms, placed together. So sometimes if you read one Psalm and you read the next, you might notice, something connected about these. It might be a part of a double or a triple, right, in the sense of the book of Psalms. So they're placed together, Psalm 1 and 2. One begins with Ashrei, Ashrei. Ashrei, that is poorly translated or mistranslated as blessed in the Baruch sense. Ashrei is beatitude. As when Yeshua spoke about the beatitude, it's blessed in the sense of happiness, right? Ashrei, right? Ashrei ha'ish, happiness of the man, right? The contentment of the man. And then that's Psalm 1 and 1. And then Psalm 2, around about verse 12, Hebraically ends with Ashrei, right? It says, Ashrei call Jose Bo, happiness of all those Jose who trust, right, in a sense, who who trust, confide, right? Josebo, who confide in him, who trust in him. In other respects, respectfully, Psalm 128, the daily psalm, and Psalm 127, they also supplement and complement one another. So Psalm 127 is Yahweh's, Jehovah's help is essential, right? It's like a prerequisite. It's essential, right? Mizmor kaf, kof, it's like a kof kaf zayin. Psalm 127, Yahweh's help essential. And then this psalm, today's daily psalm, happiness, the what? The happiness, right? And notice happiness is the ashrei, right? Happiness is the ashrei. Does the KJV bring it out as that? I got to look at it. I don't have KJV open right here. But these two psalms, so we have a trinity of them, 126, the theme, the content, the prayer, right? 127, and then we have 128, and also 127 and 28, they supplement each other. They are related to one another much as the New Testament parables. That's another area of study we got to get into, so we can bring out some of the old Imeros of LOJ, Line of Judah Society. But the parables, there are 30 main ones. We can count more than that, depends on different gospels, but the set ones are about 30 parables. But the New Testament parables of the treasure, remember the one? And these were to explain to the disciples the mysteries of the kingdom, right, of the heavens on earth. So the New Testament parable of the treasure in the field and the one pearl are related. So if you read the parable of the treasure in the field of Moshe, Robenu, Yeshua, Hanotri, and then you read the one of the pearl of great price, right? You'll find that there's a related theme. That makes man happy. Keyword Ashrei, as we have in the first psalm, Ashrei Ha'ish, the happiness of the man, as we have at the end of the second psalm, right? Ashrei, call the Jose Bo. Happy are all those who trust, who confide and trust in him, right? That which makes man happy. And the happiness is that contentment, right? That contentment. When the Apostle Paul brought it out in the Brit Chadash, he says, I have learned in whatever state I am, right, to be content. And what he brings out there is what Robenu, our rabbi, the rabbi of rabbis, Yeshua, Hanotri, Justice of Nazareth, the world called Jesus Christ, what he brings out in the Beatitudes. So the Beatitudes, what says blessed, poor translation, it should say happy. Reread the Beatitudes in the sense of happy, in the sense of contentment. Then you're getting to the Hebrew sense of it. That links with this here. The man happy is represented in Psalm 127. That makes man happy is represented in Psalm 127. We just went through 2 verses of that right there. Except Yahweh build a house, they labor in vain that build it. Except Yahweh, Jehovah keep the city, the watchman waketh in vain. It is vain, right, that you rise up early and sit up late. Now, it's not saying that ones can't rise up and maybe, one's working at night, doing the work. But if you're going to rise up early and you're going to stay up late, right, and you're going to eat the bread of toil and sorrow, what are you doing to yourself? Why are you hurting yourself? What are you doing? Right? Because by all that toil, that sorrow, it shows a lack of trust, right? A lack of, Ashrei called Jose Bo, end of Psalm 2, happiness of the contentment of all those that place their trust, right, in him. So he giveth to his beloved in sleep, right? That's why the righteous can catch a rest, you know what I mean? Because they know, right, even from the example or their own experience, that he giveth to his beloved, even just the clarity of mind. Lo, look, children or sons are an heritage of Jehovah. Verse 3, the fruit of the womb, the fruit of the matrix, the fruit of the womb is a reward. As arrows in the hand of a mighty man, so are the sons and the children of one's youth. Then it ends off the Ashrei, Hageber, Asher Milei, right? Happy is the man that hath his quiver full, right? His quiver full of them, right? That they shall not be put to shame when they speak with the enemies in the gates. It's a very practical baraka of sons in particular, but children in general. It's only saying that a young man, right, has his children, right, his wife and his children, right, and has the young children, right, like when he's younger, have the children. Then when he's older, they can represent his interests. Mhm. And we see the divine pattern. I know in this world has confused things, but teach this principle, right, to the youths, right? And in the due generation, they will fulfill this perfect pattern, right? As a gift coming as a baraka, a gift coming as a baraka. So speaking about family, mhm, and it's speaking about the role of the man, responsibility, the role of the woman, right? But also the blessing of the children, right? Because this one is Elohim respecting his way. And in Psalm 128, as a reward, coming as a baraka. So we have in Psalm 127 a gift, the given, right? It's a given. In other words, having children, you say, is a blessing, but in a sense, the scripture says it's a given, right? The potential is for baraka, for blessing, right? In Psalm 127, but then 128 complements it as a reward coming as a baraka. That that is briefly indicated, right? Is the word sakar, the root word sakar, right, is brought out. We'll touch on that, when we get to that momentarily right there, right, in 127 and 3. 127 and 3. Hine nachalat Yahweh banim, right? Kar peri, right? Kar peri. Is that a typo there? Let me go over here. It seems like there's a typo in the Hebrew, right? Yeah, Ferre. Yeah, a letter was dropped in the digitalization. Anyway, here's a better read. Hine nachalat Yahweh banim, sakar pri ha baten. You see that in that link there, the exact word was they had a mistype. It's this word here, sakar pri ha baten, right. So here, let's scroll down here. Lo, children are an heritage, right, of Yahweh, right. This is the KJV. Hine, look and see, nachalat, the heritage of Yahweh, right, banim. Directly is saying that sons, banim from ben, right, banim, sons, right. Sons are a nachalat, a nahala, a possession, property. That's one sense, but in a sense of inheritance, heritage, right? Getting down to the root, right? The root of this sense is that from the father, the sons not only inherit it, but they have to put in the work to secure it for the next generation, right? So it's not just like, okay, you inherit something, but there's a responsibility. Like with the land. With the land, the forefathers, they had to conquer the land, right? And now when they pass it on, the sons have, to whom more is given, more is required, right? Properly is something inherited. So from the inheritance, like from the patriarch, Jacob, and from the sons passed on, right? It's almost like a chain of custody. Properly something inherited, right? In an abstract sense, it's occupancy. So your fathers, forefathers did this work and you all continue it for the next generation. In a concrete sense, it's like an heirloom. But generally, it's an estate, right? To maintain that estate, right? The patrimony, right? Or the portion. Because the men will be called on in certain difficult times to lay down their life, for that heritage, for their family, for their sons, for their wife, to pass it on to the next generation. This is what is required, right? This is what is required. Anything falls short, it leads to slavery, right? Nachal, nachla. So the root sense right here, right? They have the nachla. It's an interesting word, right? Nachal, right? It's a secondary sense, to get a possession, to acquire. So that acquisition of the patriarch, right, is to be gotten by the sons, the son and the sons, and also to be defended, at all costs in Yahweh's way, truth, and life. Just simple as that, right? So that's the sense right there. In other words, the women are not called on to fight, right? They may fight under certain circumstances, but are not called on to fight. In other words, to whom more is given, more is required. So that's why it says, and children directly, and sons, and heritage of Yahweh, and not neglecting the role of the womb man within the equation. The fruit of the womb, right, is his reward. Sakar peri ha baten, right? The word order is different. It's like his reward, right? Fruit of the womb, right? So reward, fruit of the womb. Sakar peri ha baten. So here we have sakar. First word here, sakar, is the higher the wages, like the tribe of Yissachar, Yisasakar. That's why she named him Yisasakar, because she said because the higher of her son's mandrakes. So she named the son, right, Yisasakar, right, wages, right, the wages, the higher, the wages, right, the reward, the pay, the fear, the fee, the passage money. But usually it's the payment of a contract. In a concrete sense, sakar, like if you work, you get a sakar, like that's like the wage, the salary, right? Maintenance. The sense is a compensation or a benefit. But in this sense, right, it's saying that sakar, right, of the pari, the reward, right, the pay is the fruit, the pari, right, in Hebrew, ferei in Amharic, pari, ferei, right? The fruit literally is like the fruit of the ground, but fruit Hebraically can be the fruit of the womb, the progeny, and fruit, right, in a psycho-spiritual, metaphorical sense, is actions. Like something, yo, how was that business? Did it reach fruition? Yeah, all praise, Baruch Hashem. It reached fruition, like fruit, right? Fruition. It was fruitful, right? So, Sakar Pari, right? Ha Baten, and the Baten, right here, the Beten is the belly, right? So, just to bring that out there, because one might see the Hebrew, just to connect it, is being here expanded and unfolded. So, based on that third verse in the previous psalm, we come to 128, and that verse is getting unpacked in the next chant. There it appears as a gift of grace, right? In contrast to the Elohim estranged self-activity of man. What self-activity? We don't say that some are born, then these are they who are born not by the will of man or the will of the flesh, you know what I mean? But by Elohim. So the activity that man and woman do, that can in some cases seem estranged from Elohim. You know, a man and woman can get together and have no thought of Elohim. And a child, a beautiful gift of the Almighty in essence comes in the world, but without any, that's the sense of Elohim estranged self-activity. Man doing what man does. Here, as the fruit of the ora et labora, right, of the work and labor, right? I think that's Latin, ora et labora, ora, like etabora. I know. Hold on for a moment. I know I do this because sometimes I'm sort of guessing, right? I know et labora, but let's go over here. The technology. Give thanks to Abba Father, Baruch Hashem, for the technology. I know other people got their plans, but pray and work. Look at that. My bad. Aura is prayer. Okay, aura. Yeah, aura. Aura, prayer and work. Aura et labora. Aura et labora. Pray et and work. Pray and work, right? Aura et labora, right? But here, as the fruit of the prayer and work. Now, some consider the preceding psalm to be songs to be sung at the table. So some, in considering this psalm, and they can be used like a family at the table, when family get together, these two psalms, 127, 128, are perfect for a family that has faith in the true and the living, right? But some say, are ill-suited for this purpose. Let's find out why. For they contain personal mirrorings instead of petitions. Okay, I get what they're saying. They are good for the family to know and reason on, but within the Psalms, if you read it and understand, they're not constructed as petitions. You can make a petition or ask from what's here, but the construct of it is more like a personal mirror. It's almost like a mirror. Like, this is what I like to see. Oh, Father, I would like to see this. But it's not written as Father, I like to see this. I like, give me this, or please grant me this. And instead of benedictions of those who are about to partake of the food provided. Right. So I would also agree with that there, that we do have benedictions over food and different kinds of food, that reflect his word and covenant. But be that as it may it as it be, just wanted to go there to, try to get a better understanding of the song. Now here they have blessed. I don't know how many times we go through this right here. The word blessed is a faulty translation, right? It's a false translation, right? I'll let first. Let's go down here, right? Let's see. BBE has it right. Happy is, they say, worshiper of the Lord. BSB has it wrong, right? Easy English has that part of it right. Be very happy, the sense of happy, right? ISV has it wrong, right? KJV has it wrong, right? NET, they have that wrong, and the NHEB have, the word is actually Ashrei, right? The word is Ashrei, right? Asher. Remember, what was the son? His name was Asher. Remember Asher, one of the tribes of Israel? Why did she name him? Why did she name him Asher? She said that, all the daughters, they will be Ashru. They'll be happy with me, and they'll call me happy, right? They'll call me beatitude, beautiful attitude. As Christ speaks the Beatitudes in the Hebrew are the Ashrei, not the Baraka, bless, right? Not the increase, prosper, bless, but the contentment, contentment, happiness, bless. As Paul said, right? In whatever state I am, I have learned to be content, right? It's kind of state of heart and mind. That doesn't mean you don't strive for more, but that means you still the satanic mind, because sometimes things can get in your head. You know what I mean? And you can frustrate the blessing, right? Here. You have 128 means more off kaf chet. Let's go through these 6 verses here. Luku Batalua, opening verse here. Shir Hamalot, Ashrei, call Yere Yahuwah, Haholeka, Bia Derakayo. Opening verse right here. Happy, more correctly, happy is everyone that reverence Yahweh. Opening part, a song of ascent, a song of degrees. Sheer, a song, right? Sheer, right? A song. Now you may see up here, you see sheer and shirah. Difference is sheer is masculine and shirah is feminine, right? It's we have to get into the male and the female. It's not talking about this is for men and this is for women, but it's a certain style quality that shows the higher level of distinguishment in what others call gender, right? This is the divine double helix in a sense. So there's like feminine and masculine form. It's a tone of quality, right? Be it as it may, Shir HaMa'alot, a song of the Ma'alot. Ma'alot is from Ma'ala. Ma'ala is singular. What comes up? It literally means Ma in Hebrew is what, and Allah is to ascend. Ma'Allah. Ma'Allah. What ascends? What comes up? Thoughts ascend, steps, steers, right? We have it in the sense of the stories of Shemaim, in the sense of ascent, right? Song of ascent is usually right here, as it points out, the 3 great pilgrim festivals. So Psalm 128 is within the group of the 15 songs of ascent. 15 songs of ascent from 120 to 134 for the 15 songs of ascent, and here is 128. Now, first part, Ashrei. Ashrei from Esher, happiness. Happiness, right? Happiness, call Yireh Yahweh. Happiness is all who reverence, all who fear, respect, reverence. Call Yireh, all the reverences of he who be who he be. Call Yireh Yahweh. Ha-holek, the walker, the one who walks, right? Halaka, right? Whose halaka, right, is in his ways. This deals with the halaka here. Ha-holek, right? Be the rakaya. So here the word walk here is halak. Halak means to walk, yeah, but in a more direct sense, it has a sense of the manner of life. You see where it says right here, live the manner of life, the manner of liberty. It's like when we say we can talk it out, and that may be necessary to understand it, but to fulfill it, we got to walk it out. We got to walk it out, right? We got to walk it out, right? So to walk, right? So here's where people say, oh, halak, halaka. They don't understand Hebrew, right? Here we go. It's a 1980, right? But in the form here in the verse is ha holek, the one who walks, to say the walker, the one who goes to and fro, about their coming and their going, right? Be in derakayo, be derakav, be derakayo, in his derek, in his ways. So here we have the word derek, singular. Derakayo is his ways, right? In his ways, right? So here, opening verse, Shir Hamaalot. Ashrei, Kol Yirei Yahweh, HaHolek Biya Derakayo. Happy is everyone that reverence or respect he who he be, that walketh, right, that goes to and fro in his ways. Biya Derakayo. The key word here is Yirei, Yirei. And it says, call all Yirei, all those who reverence, call Yirei Yahweh. So here's the word feareth from Yareh, right? Yareh, he fearing, in the sense of fearing. Call Yireh is all the fearers or reverencers, right? Respecters, right? A more better translation of this from the Yareh, right? The verb is to fear, they say, but more to reverence, to respect, to be in awe, right? You see where it says right there, to fear. Fear sometimes to be fear. To be fear, the word fear can be confusing, right? In the English, it gets lost in translation. This is more reverence in that sense, as it's used here. That has honor, that respect, respectfully speaking. So call Yireh Yahweh. That shows reverence of Eloheinu, right? Ha Elohim, by conformity to his precepts. So if one asks, well, how can we show that we reverence he who he be? We show that we reverence Yahweh Eloheinu by conformity. In the Brit Chadasha sense, it says, and called us, predestined us to be conformed, right, to the image of his son, right? The literal image, but the spirit, the truth image, you know what I mean? In a true way of mind, of humanity, right? So the reverences, right, are those who show reverence of Ha Elohim, of Hashem, by conformity to his precepts. That means that if you hear that and you don't know the precepts, then come. Let us learn the precepts. So this verse right here, once again, before we get to the base verse, second verse, Shir Hamalot. Ashrei Kol Yirei Yahweh, HaHolek Bi Derakayo. The bait verse. Pasuk bait. Second verse here, right? It says, thou shalt eat the labor of thine hands. There it kind of reminds us of Ecclesiastes, Kohelet, right? Happy. Wait. Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see? You see what it says? It says happy. This is the show and prove, right? Let's do this right here, right? I know some when we say that, they're like, nah, it's blessed. He don't know what he's talking about. Okay, maybe I don't, but check this out. Look at the second verse here. You see in the second verse, happy is the H835. You see that? Happy, the same root word, the H835. Go up there. Blessed. You see, blessed is the H835. Hey. What's going on here? The translator's getting fast and loose. Let's prove this a little more. Let's scroll down here to the fourth verse. You see what says be blessed? You see what says be blessed? What's the word here? It's Barak. You see that? So they translate Ashrei in the first verse as blessed. In the second verse, they bring it out as happy, right? And the fourth verse, they go back to Barak, which is the more proper word for blessed, for consistency's sake. So I just want to show you that right there, right? So here they kind of like catch themselves. Notice they say, happy the I, and well with thee. The italicized words are not there. Happy the I, thou, and right, well, and be what? And be well, it be told, it be good, and it be good with thee, right? So you know what? So when we be saying like, yo, how's everything, man? What's going on? Yo, all good, man. It's good. It's good. It's not wrong to use because the word well right here is tov. And tov here in Hebrew is good or pleasant, right? When we bring out the nuances of it, right? Appropriate, becoming, happy, prosperous, but the basic sense is good, right? Let's get the Hebrew here and continue right here. First verse, second verse, the bait verse. Let's read again. For thou shalt eat the labor of thine hands. Happy thee, and well with thee. Happy thee and well with thee. Right? Happy thee and well with thee. The Hebrew, it says, Yegi'ah, kapeka, kia tokel ashreka, with tov lak. Again, Yegi'ah, kapeka, kia tokel ashreka, with tov lak, for thou shalt eat. The words are somewhat turned around about. The words are turned somewhat roundabout, right? But yeah, Yagia, right here, Yagia. What is Yagia? Yagia is toil, work. Yagia, the toil, the work, right? The product, the toil, the work, the result of work, right? Yagia kapeka, the toil, the work of your palms, kap, the palms of your hand, right? The palms of your hand, right? The word yad is hand, but kapeka is like the palms. Notice like in prayer with the palms, the hands, ancient prayer, right? And also we work with our hands, but our palm, like what you have. What's in your hand? Adam Clayton Powell Jr., we said, what's in your hand? We did the David breakdown, David sermon, right? Yegia kapeka. So the labor, the toil of kapeka, the labor of your palms, the labor of your hands, to say the labor of your palms, Yegia kapeka, ki for tokel, right? Because you will eat. So literally it's saying the labor of your palms because you will eat. The labor of your palms because ki, right? Tokel. Ki for because, right? Tokel. The word for eat here, root word is akal. Akal mean he ate. Tokel, if I'm speaking to a man, I'm saying you eat or you will eat. Tokel. Right? Yegia kapeka ki tokel. Right? Ki tokel, for you will eat. Ashreka. And happy, content you will be. Ashreka. Ashreka. With and tov lak, and good it will be for you, and good it will be to you. It will be beneficial to you. It'll be tov lak. So the verse breakdown is more like Yegia kapeka ki tokel, the labor of your palms, because you will eat. Ashreka, you will be happy. Happy you will be. Content you will be with tov and good, right? And good luck, and good it will be for you. This is the sense here. Now, some bring out the key tokel as when. But let's bring out the key for a moment so you can get the key of the key. The key of the key. So key right here, right? Key as a part of speech, let's break this down right here, is a primitive particle. Often the key is used in the sense of for or because, but contextually it can be used in terms of when, right? So yegia kapeka ki tokel, if we translate like that, the labor of your palms, ki when tokel, when you eat. When you eat, ashreka, happy, content, the eye, you happy, the eye content, with tov lak, and it's good for you. It's good for you. Tov lak, with tov lak, with tov lak. So what do we have here? When thou eatest, right? Because thou eatest, because you have the power of enjoying. The point here is the power of enjoyment. You have the power of enjoying the fruits of thy toil, right? Because of thy condition of security, right? Because one is Elohim respecting, right? Because you keep the precepts, you're cognizant of that which one's duty is in the way, the truth, and the life. So what you do, the work of your hands, your palms, is also blessed. And then when you receive, the result of the labor of your toil, you are to rejoice. This is what Ecclesiastes go through the whole book is basically going over this idea. Yigia kapeka ki tokel, ashreka witov lak, and happiness shall it be. Happy, right, with thee, right? Happy with thee, and good, right, for thee, right? Ashreka witov lak, right? This is a favorite text of the ancient Rebani. So the ancient Rebani, right, for as long as this psalm was known, and that's going back to the BC times, just hint, 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 right, that this was a favorite of the Rebani when teaching the dignity of honest work. So in the teaching, right, of the scholars of Torah, this was a favorite verse right here. Why was this a favorite verse? Because it taught the dignity of honest work. Yigia kapeka ki tokel, ashreka witov lak, right? The labor of your palms when you eat. Ki tokel, ashreka, right? Be happy, be content. Ashreka, right? With Tob, and if you eat the fruit of the work of your hands in the way, the truth, and life, and you are happy, you are content with Tob, it's good. Lak, it'd be beneficial for you. Think about it. You eat with discontentment. In fact, they even say that when ones eat, they should have a positive state of mind. I don't know if you heard that before, but this is a favorite verse right here. Once again, take note, right, of the scholars of Torah, the Rebbanim, when teaching the dignity of honest work. One more time. Yegia kapeka ki tokel, ashreka witov lak. Here to the third verse, the Gimel verse, right? The Gimel, the third verse right here. Going on here, the happiness, speaking about the happiness, right? The happiness of the Elohim, respectfully speaking. Thy wife, ishteka, right? As a fruitful vine by the sides of thine house, thy children, thy sons, and thy children, like olive, thy sons like olive plants round about thy table. Right? Here, right? Esheteka, ke gefena poria, be yariketeya beteka, baneka, kisha tileya zaitim, sabib, le shulchaneka, sabib, roundabout, le shulchaneka, roundabout your shulchan. Shulchan is a table. Shulchan, right? Roundabout your table. Let's break this down right here. Begins over esheteka, esheteka, right? Or the isha, your woman, your wife. Esheteka, ke geffen, like a geffen, right? Poria, fruitful, right? Like a vine, kagefen. Let's break this down right here, right? So let's go through the words. Thy wife, eshteka, right? Thy isha, here we go right here. Thy isha, eshteka, right? Speaking to a man, it says right here, eshteka, like, geffen, like the geffen. So which word is geffen? Here we go, geffen. Geffen is a vine tree, right? Like a vine tree, right? Eshteka kegeffena poria, right? Like a fruitful para, to bear fruit. Poria is saying like she is fruitful. Poria is like she is fruitful. So here it says eshteka kegeffin poria, thy wife like the vine poria that is fruitful. Be yarikete beteka, be yarikete by the yareka singular, yarikete plural, by the sides, the extreme parts, the recesses. People say, well, why is that so? Well, what's interesting thing is that in the ancient houses, the woman's apartment was furthest from the door, right? It was furthest from the entrance. It was like deep in, like where the woman was. It was like deep in the house, right? Like deep in the house, because that was for protection, of coming under attack. It's kind of interesting. We'll get to that more, but the Yarikete Beitika, right? By the sides, but actually more, this is more like, it could be sides, but more Hebraically, it's the innermost parts, Yarikete, in the innermost parts Beiteka, of your bayit, of your house, right? Then it speaks to the children, speaking to the children here, Baneka, Baneka. So Ben is son, Banim is sons, Bane is sons of Ka, sons of the I male. Baneka, your sons, right? Kisha Tele Zaitin. Kisha Tele Zaitin. Your sons like the plants, Shetil, Shetil, Shetil. So Shitale is like to say the plants up. Shitale, the plants up. Right? Shitale. Shitale Zaitin. And the Zayit, right? The Zayit in the Hebrew, Zayit is the olive tree. Right? So are like plants of the olive tree. Baneka, Kish Tele Zaitin. Last part here, fourth part of the verse. The verse is like has these four kind of parts right here. Last phrase right here. Sabid Le Shulhaneka. Sabid. Sabid is like to go around. Sabid. Sabid. To go around, like to make a circuit, like round about, making a circuit. Sabid le of for right shulchaneka. Shulchaneka. So the word for table is shulchan. 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 Right? Shulchan, the table. So this is a very beautiful description right here, but it begins off of eshetka, eshteka, eshteka, your isha. Begin with the wife, the woman, the isha. What do we have here? Eshteka, the woman, the wife, right? This is an idealistic, a Hebraic idealistic picture of the home, and based on the language here, it presupposes, right, as a foundation, right, a state of monogamy. I know some of y'all are not gonna really like that, right? But it's like if you can't do one, how you gonna do? Anyway, monogamy, right? As does Proverbs 31 and 10. Because remember, this is an idealistic. It's like the perfect picture. Not that everybody's picture was this picture perfect, but this was the height destined, right? Just principles here. So we have Proverbs 31 and 10. Let's just go there quickly. Proverbs 31 and 10. Proverbs 31 and 10. I know some will argue this and they'll be like, oh, no, why are you saying that? Right? Well, I'm saying that because also this is what's often said on the Sabbath. We didn't rise up that chant this time, but it said the Eshet Chayil, a woman of Chayil, a woman of power, a woman of virtue, a woman of strength, an efficient woman, an efficient wife, an efficient woman, a powerful woman, a strong woman, Eshet Chayil. The word here is Chayil. Let me say Haile Selassie, Chayil. It's an Afro-Shemitic and a Hebrew word, Chayil. Eshet, a woman of Chayil, mi yimsa, me, who, yimsa, who can find her? Who is he that can find a Eshet Chayil? Eshet Chayil, mi yimsa, where rachoka mi peninim, mikraha, right? For her price, mikrah, her price, her value. The word mikar, right, is value, merchandise. Her merchandise, because the virtuous woman, she has value in and of herself, but she also has merchandise, right? And she's also a businesswoman. I mean, this is what's here in the song. So I don't know what idea people got of the Hebrew, context. All that is as fake as they're whitewashing. Eshet chayil mi yimsa werachoka mipebnima mikraha. So who can find a virtuous woman? So with this verse, right, for her price is far above me pananim, right? Far above the panim, precious jewels, precious stones. So these two verses here do presuppose as the ideal pattern what one might call, right, monogamy, right? And not getting it all into it right here, but we do need to have that discussion, right? So here, bearing, right, fruitful vine, bearing numerous grape clusters. So the idea here in this verse here, the third verse, right, Esheteka kagefen poria. She is like a geffen poria. She is like a vine that is poria, that bears pori, fruit, fruitful vine. And so the word picture here is like bearing numerous grape clusters. So the Elohim, respecting man's Isha, right, will bring him, in this ideal here, many children or many sons. This is the ideal. But even Jacob, he went for Rachel, and then he had four. Just to point out, and that there was the will of Yahweh Eloheinu, innermost, right, parts of the house. So instead of the sides of the house, we substitute that for a more knowledgeable Hebrew, right? There we go. Now they have this right. NET has this right. Your wife will be like a fruitful vine in the inner rooms. Yarikete, right? Beiteka, the inner rooms of Beiteka, the I male house, right? Your children will be like olive branches. And over here, they have innermost. Let's scroll down here, see they have innermost. They also have the innermost. So innermost, as we mentioned already, Yarikate, right? Look at the word Yareka, singular, Yarikate, plural, right? Extreme part, the recesses. And the recesses is like a dual sense, right? In the recesses, in the innermost, right? Why is that? Well, the woman's apartment, usually in the eastern, look to the east, in the oriental, when you talk about the east, like East Africa, Arabia, and moving further, right, to the far east, in the eastern homes was always located as far as possible from the entrance. As far as possible, just the pattern recognition. Yarikate Beite Ka. All right, here. Once again, this verse here, and then the sons, right? The sons, right? It says Baneka, your sons, Kia Shitale, like the plants of Zaytin. I touched on that already. The plants, Shatil, plants. Let's scroll down here. The sprigs, the suckers, the plants, right? From Shatal. Shatal is the plant or transplant. And Shatil, right? Shatale, like plants, right? Shoots, right? Shooting up. Of what? Zaytin, olive ones, right? Like anointed ones. You see the sense of the anointed ones here? Your sons will be as anointed ones, right? Your sons as anointed ones. Right? Baneka, Kishatale, Zaytin, Sabib, roundabout, Le Shulchaneka, round about your table, right? Shulchan. So both anointing and also remember that we had the Hanukkah, Maccabee, fighting holiday, the fight, right, for the true light, right? And so the oil serves two purposes, well, actually three purposes. Naturally, right, it serves as for anointing, right? And it also serves for the fuel of the menorah, right? And then in the Hebrew commodities, right, metaphorically, oil is a symbol of spirit, right? Remember, it says that the spirit of Yahweh, right, has anointed me. Remember what Yeshua said right there? So that right there, bring out that sense right there. Here, let's go on to the Dalet, the fourth verse, right? The fourth verse right here. Here. It says, behold, right? Behold, that thus, like this, shall the man be blessed that respects or reverences Yahweh, that respects Jehovah. Now notice that the word here is one of the four words in Hebrew. Here's the word Geber. Geber means man, but directly means a strong man, a warrior man. Geber, right? Related to the word Gibor, right? Emphasizing strength and ability to fight. Maccabee fight, right? The Hanukkah light for the true light. So here, Geber emphasizes strength. So this would be more correctly is a strong man. So if we read it the way it is from the Hebrew sense, look and see that it's like this, shall the strong man, right? The strong man be blessed, right? And the blessed here is not the ashrei. So first it deals with one's state of mind, right? One's contentment, happiness, right? You can be blessed with things, increased with things, but you might not be happy. How many people are blessed? They have abundance of wealth and things, but they're not happy. Notice how the psalm first brings out the happiness, the state of heart and mind. And then it tells us here, behold, that thus, like this, shall the strong man. See, it could have said Adam. It could have said Adam. It could have said Ish. It could have said Enosh. But it says Geber, the strong man, right? Because in a sense, in Yahweh's way, you have to be strong. not just a physical strength, but Yahweh gives as he gives. Hine, ki kain, ye borak. Hine, look and see, ki, right? Ki for Cain, like this, like ki for because Cain. A lot of our Hebrew brothers say Khan. Khan actually means here, like here, not here on your head, but like over here, not over there. But anyway, Hine, ki Cain, ye borak. Look and see, right? Look and see, ki Cain, because yes, affirmative. Thus, like this, ye borak, he being blessed, Gaber, the Geber, Gaber, the strong man, Yireh, that respects Yahweh. So it says, like this, look and see, like this, right? The strong man is blessed. The strong man who reverence Yahweh is blessed, right? Is empowered to prosper. Hine ki kain yiboraka gavir yirei Yahweh. Let's just scroll it down here. I want to show you the key words here. Hine, because see up here, you notice up here in the KJV, even with the Strong's word, it only has 4 words highlighted. What about behold? What about that? What about thus? Right? It doesn't have that there. So to show you that, right, you have hine. Hine means look, see, has a sense of here it is. It's a longer form of the shorter hain. Where is it? Where's the thing at? Hain. Like here. Like look, see, here it is. Or hine, look, see, behold, it's here. So look, see, hine, look, see, key, the key here, that, look, see, here it is, that, or for, because, key came, right? Key came. Thus, so, thus, therefore, thus, right? Like this, came. It's also in the secondary sense. Let me show you this. What some of the Israelites say, Khan, right? Khan, right? The wrong vowel will mean here, right? Like it's over here, right? Khan, right? Right? But in this sense, Cain means right, like somebody talking and you reasoning like Cain. Yeah, that's right. That's correct. Cain. That's true. That's veritable. Cain. Right. True. Right. Correct. In assent, in agreement. Cain. Right. So it says Hine ki Cain. Right. Hine, look and see ki because Cain in agreement. Yiborak gaber Yirei Yahweh, that the Geber, right, the Gaber, the strong man, right, is blessed, the strong man who respects Yahweh. Remember, we in the earlier part, we said, how does one reverence and respect Yahweh, right? What was the answer? By conformity. Showing reverence of Hashem, right, of Yahweh, is by conformity to his precepts. So I just want to bring that out right there, to this 4th verse right here, right? This 4th verse right here. And here to the Hey verse, right? 5th verse, second next to last verse right here. It says, right, surely, like this shall the strong man be blessed that respects Yahweh. Yahweh, right, shall bless thee from Zion, or out of Zion, from Zion. And thou, the eye male, shall see, sight, the good. You shall see the good of Jerusalem all the days of thy life. All the days of thy life. Here. Bring out the Hebrew here. It says, Ye barekeka Yahuwah mi Zion. Ye barekeka. He will bless thee. He who he be will bless thee. Ye barekeka Yahuwah mi Zion. From Zion. Ure. U and re'e. U and re'e. Ore. And see, see, a command to see, like to physically see, right? Ure, V'tov Yerushalayim, call Yemei Hayeka, right? And you will see. It's like a command, and see, V'tov, in good, Yerushalayim, see in good for benefit Jerusalem, Yerushalayim, call all Yemei, the days of Hayeka, all the days of thy male life. Call Yemei Hayeka. Full of the verse. Yevarekeka Yahuwah Mitzion. Ore B'tov Yerushalayim Kol Yemei Chayeka. What do we have here? First of all, it shows that from the previous verse where it says that look and see like this, the man that reverence, the strong man that reverences, right, Yahweh shall be blessed, right, shall be blessed. And then it picks up here in the next verse, Yebarekeka, may he bless you, right? He blesses you and may he bless you, may he empower you, barak you, Yebarekeka. May he Yibarek, he blessing Ka, you male. Yibarek Ka, Yahweh me Zion, from Zion, from Zion. Remember Zion? Broke down what Zion is. It's the Hebrew sanctuary and monarchy, the Hebrew sanctuary and kingdom, or we say the Hebrew church and state. Yibarek Ka, Yahweh me Zion. Ore, ore, and see, seen, and see betob in good, in benefit, for benefit Yerushalayim, right? The teaching of Torah, the teaching of peace with God and with man, Yerushalayim, betub in goodness, betub. Oh, let me bring this out here. You see where it says good? It's actually not tov, but tu. You know, someone will say, there's no you. Learn what you're talking about. Right? Tu is, it's a mistranslation here. They say good, but more correctly is goodness, like goods. It can be things, or it can be this general sense of goodness, but goods, like in goods, goodnesses, right? Good things, right? It could be property, beauty, prosperity, goodness. You see what it says? When it's connected with Yahweh, right? It's like the goodness of Elohim, the goodness of taste, of discernment, goodness or good things, right? So it's good, right? In a wide sense of goodness, right? In a superlative sense, right? An ultimate sense is the best, like the good of goods in that sense. So Tov is good in a kind of singular sense, and Tub is goodness. So the distinguishment, why we have 7 primary vowels, because Tov is good, and we say Tub is goodness, right? So let's come again right here. Yevarekeka Yahuwah Mitzion. Ore betub, and in goodness, Yerushalayim, like the goodness of Yerushalayim. Jerusalem, let's bring out, right, Yerushalayim, the teaching of peace, right? Right, the city, the air, the atmosphere, the consciousness of, well, actually, it's not just a teaching of peace. Shalim is dual. It's not Yeru Shalom, it's Yeru Shalim. Yeru Shalim is plural. Yeru Shalom is singular. So what it's saying is the teaching of peace in the twofold sense: peace with God and peace with man. Right, the finding of the true cross. Right, Jerusalem. So the goodness of the teaching of peace, the air, the atmosphere of peace with God and with man, right? You shall see that, experience that goodness. Call all ye may, all the days of Chayeka, of your lives or your life, right? Literally your lives, Chayeka, right? So what do we have here? The goodness of Jerusalem. The goodness of Jerusalem is the welfare, right, of the Israelite. The real welfare and the true peace of the Israelite is bound up, right, with Jerusalem, right? In one sense, the city, when the city remained to us, but in the Brit Chadasha sense, it's that Jerusalem from above. It's that consciousness, right, of peace with God and peace with man, based on the teaching, the Torah, Yare, Yeru, right, Yeru, the teaching of Shalayim, teaching of peace with God and peace with man, right? Peace with God and peace with man, right? So here, Yevarekeka Yahuwah Mitzion, Ore Betub Yerushalayim, Call Yemei Chayeka. Here to the last and final verse here, the Vav verse, 6th verse right here. Here's what we have right here. Yea, yes, yea. Thou, the eye, shall see thy children's children, more directly in the Hebrew, thy sons' sons, or your grandchildren, right? Shalom up on Yisrael. Shalom up on Yisrael. Shalom upon Yisrael. So here it says or re'e, ore banim lebaneka, and you will see, right? And see, right? See, right? And see banim, see your sons of your sons, see the sons of your sons. Ure banim lebaneka, banim lebaneka, banim lebaneka. Somebody say vanim levanecha, vanim levanecha. That's the other dialect. Our dialect, banim lebaneka, ore banim lebaneka. Shalom al Yerushalayim, right? Al yeah, Slika. I said Al Yerushalayim, Slika. I replaced that. Right? Apologies on that. I'm still thinking of Yerushalayim. Again, Slika. Orei banim lebaneka. Shalom al Yisrael. Shalom al, up on, above, like almost like an umbrella, right? Yisrael, up upon Israel. Peace, shalom al Yisrael. Orei banim lebaneka, shalom al Yisrael. See thy sons. See. So it's like saying see. See thy sons. Orei, ure'e. U and re. If I talk slow, if I want to emphasize it, re, at the normal pace, ore banim lebaneka, ore banim lebaneka. See thy son, thy children's children, and this is basically saying, thus by attaining a good old age, right? Obtaining a good old age. In order to see, if you start out young, right, to see your children's children, you have to attain a certain amount of age. And this is what this verse is almost like a blessing. Remember the last verse ended with Kol Yemei Chayeka, all the days of thy life. Then it says Orei Banim Lebaneka. So with all the days of your life, in order for you to see your children's children, you will have to reach a certain age, a good old age, right? Shalom, therefore this is truly peace, al Yisrael, peace up on Israel, right? And here we have from Psalm 125, right, this familiar ending here from Psalm 125. And to seal up with this right here, Psalm 125 means more off kaf hey. It says, but as for such as turn aside to their crooked ways, Yahweh will lead them away with the works of iniquity. So leading the evildoers, the ratchet, right, the hypocrites away with other hypocrites, this will create for Yisrael, right, this final verse here in Psalm 125, security in Hashem. It says, Shalom al Yisrael. So this very same ending, right, in Psalm 125, Shalom al Yisrael, is repeated here in Psalm 128. What does this mean, Chabarim? Right? What does this mean? Actually, right, if you go to Psalm 122, right, at verse 6, right, Psalm 122 at verse 6, it says, pray for the peace of Jerusalem. May they prosper that love thee. Pray for the what? Pray for the peace. Shalom Yerushalayim. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Pray for the peace of the teaching of peace, right? Shalom, peace with God, peace with man. May they prosper that love thee. Yishlayu Ohabayik. Right? So we have that. So what you see is like from Psalm 122, this idea of peace, as we go through the psalm, is being further kind of brought out and developed. And shalom, right, is the condition of wholeness, of soundness, of healthiness, right? In that nothing that is desirable or truly good is lacking. So when we come to this seal up here, right, it's the supreme culminating prayer. This is the supreme culminating prayer. Why? Because shalom, let's bring it out here, right, and Shabbat shalom, right, yes, Yeshua shalom. That shalom, right, is the end of tyranny. Shalom is the end of hostility. Shalom is the end, true shalom, the end of division. Shalom is the end of disquiet. The shalom is the end of alarm. Shalom is freeness and harmony and security and blessedness and the Beatitudes, the Ashrei, right here, Shalom. Once again, Orei Banim Lebaneka, Shalom al Yerushalayim, Shalom al Yerushalayim. One time right here, Mizmor, Kof, Kaf, Chet, my Shir HaMalot, Ashrei Kol Yerei Yahweh, HaHoleka Bidrakaya, Yegia Kapeka, Kia Tokel, Ashreka, with Tob Lak. Ishteka kgefena poria, be yariketeya beiteka, baneka kishtleya zeitim, sabiba le shulchaneka. Hine ki kena yiboraka geber yirei Yahweh, yibarekeka Yahweh mitzion, urei betuv Yerushalayim kol yemei Chayeka, Orei Baneka Lebaneka, Shalom al Yisrael. Yeshua Shalom, y'all. Shabbat Shalom, U'Meborak. Yes. All right. Shabbat Shalom. So here. This psalm here, 128. Right, the blessing. Here we go. Check it.
Psalm 128.
מזמור קכ"ח שיר המעלות.
Blessed is everyone that feareth the Lord.
אשרי כל ירא אדוני.
That walketh in his ways.
ההולך בדרכיו.
For thou shalt eat the labor of thine hands.
יגיע כפיך כי תאכל.
Happy shalt thou be.
אשריך.
And it shall be well with thee.
וטוב לך.
Thy wife shall be as a fruitful vine by the sides of thine house, thy children like olive plants round about thy table. Behold, that thus shall the man be blessed that feareth the Lord. The Lord shall bless thee out of Zion, and thou shalt see the good of Jerusalem all the days of thy life. Yea, thou shalt see thy children's children, and peace upon Israel. Psalm 128.
מזמור קכ"ח שיר המעלות.
Blessed is everyone that feareth the Lord.
אשרי כל ירא אדוני.
That walketh in his ways.
ההולך בדרכיו.
For thou shalt eat the labor of thine hands.
יגיע כפיך כי תאכל.
Happy shalt thou be.
אשריך.
And it shall be well with thee.
וטוב לך.
Thy wife shall be as a fruitful vine by the sides of thine house, thy children like olive plants round about thy table. Behold, that thus shall the man be blessed that feareth the Lord. The Lord shall bless thee out of Zion, and thou shalt see the good of Jerusalem all the days of thy life. Yea, thou shalt see thy children's children, and peace upon his race.
קכ"ח שיר המעלות. אשרי כל ירא אדוני ההולך בדרכיו. יגיע כפיך כי תאכל, אשריך וטוב לך. אשתך כגפן פוריה, בירכתי ביתך, בניך כשתילי זיתים, סביב לשולחניך. הנה כי כן יבורך גבר, ירא אדוני. יברכך אדוני מציון, וראה בטוב ירושלים כל ימי חייך. וראה בנים לבניך, שלום על ישראל.
Yes, yes, yes. Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Salam. Psalm 128. Beautiful psalm right there. Of course, we can, go into it, but hopefully ones will meditate on how it closely resembles even Yaakov, Jacob's story. You know what I mean? And the family after so much ups and downs, follies and underground, and hopefully ones get some inspiration also in their life, in their liberty as well. Praise be the majesty. So right here, Psalm 128. Let's just share one more version of it right here. Just vibes it. Hopefully a good sabbatical vibe right here. Here the Hebrew up front. First up, right here. Whoa.
מזמור קכ"ח שיר המעלות. אשרי כל ירא אדוני ההולך בדרכיו. יגיע כפיך כי תאכל, אשריך וטוב לך. אשתך כגפן פוריה, בירכתי ביתך, בניך כשתילי זיתים, סביב לשולחניך. הנה כי כן יבורך גבר, ירא אדוני. יברכך אדוני מציון, וראה בטוב ירושלים כל ימי חייך. וראה בנים לבניך, שלום על ישראל.
Psalm 128.
מזמור קכ"ח שיר המעלות.
Blessed is everyone that feareth the Lord.
אשרי כל ירא אדוני,
that walketh in his ways.
ההולך בדרכיו.
For thou shalt eat the labor of thine hand.
יגיע כפיך כי תאכל.
Happy shalt thou be.
אשריך.
And it shall be well with thee.
וטוב לך.
Thy wife shall be as a fruitful vine by the sides of thine house, thy children like olive plants round about thy table. Behold, that thus shall the man be blessed that feareth the Lord. The Lord shall bless thee out of Zion, and thou shalt see the good of Jerusalem all the days of thy life. Yea, thou shalt see thy children's children, and peace upon his race, upon his race, upon his race, upon his race, upon his race.
Yes, 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 yes. Shabbat Shalom, Simba Salam. Gonna seal up right here with a tune that we really like. Show love to Benjamin. Benjamin, it's a Sabbath day. Beautiful tune right there. Benjamin, it's a Sabbath day. So here for the outro, Shabbat Shalom, Simba Salam. Check out the tune. Check out the tune right here. Yeshua Shalom, y'all. Yeshua Shalom. Here, Benjamin. It's the Sabbath. It's the Sabbath day. It's the Sabbath day. Here's the word from the Sabbath day. Hold on for a moment. This brother, I still didn't get his name right here, but it's a Sabbath. Let's see. This is audible. I'd like to share this right here. Surprising truth about the Sabbath. Check it.
Give me Genesis chapter 2, verse 2. Okay, watch this. And on the seventh day, God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. Give me verse 3. And Yahweh blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. Now, you know what people usually say to me right around this time? They say, that's the Old Testament. And you know how people do that. In order to discredit the fact that you just read the word of God to them, they will say, well, bro, that's the Old Testament. Give me Mark chapter 2. Verse 27, it says, and he said unto them, the Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath. Okay, who came first? Man or the Sabbath? Wait, who came first? Who was created first? Man was created on the sixth day. What was the very first thing that man was allowed to do? The only thing he could do is rest. He was created to enter into rest.
Yes. You get it? Get it. Yes. This is Sabbath day. Shabbat Shalom, Simba Salam.
Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day, and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew.
Shabbat, yes it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Shabbat, yes it is the Shabbat day. Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Work all week and now it's time to rest. Cook up the food and everything blessed. Lay back and pull the scriptures out. Family reading what it's all about. Giving full attention to the most high of creation. He hallowed it and made it a holy day. Separation to be one with the most high and feel his essence. Destructions of the world have to be absent. We have to remember the fourth commandment until thy kingdom come. Shabbat, yes it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. Shabbat, yes it is the Shabbat day. Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day. I'm duty free from my responsibility for servitude. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's what the Father said we're supposed to do. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by the words that proceeded by him that sit up on the highest throne. From the heaven to the earth, angel and man abstain from work, just as it was from in the first. Why should I divert? Even lovers take vacation, traveling and spending time one-on-one. It's a way of strengthening their union. We should do the same thing with the Almighty One. Shabbat, yes it is a Shabbat day. Shabbat, holy Shabbat, yes it is the holy day.
the Sabbath day, to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the 7th day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it.
Lion of Judah Society.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.